And we're live.
All right. Well, welcome to Roll for Damage, everyone. Today we're doing something a little bit different. We couldn't get everyone for session today. We were already missing one, and Mal had some things come up. So we figured we'd actually turn this into like a mini podcast thing. Because Seth, you have
Yeah,
been working on something since you started playing D&D.
yeah, have
Um,
I? I
yeah.
mean, technically it hasn't been since I started playing D&D. I played Mystic once before that.
Yes, yes, you played Mystic. We realized Mystic was broken, and then
Mhm,
Seth was
mhm.
like, "Let's make my own class."
Yeah,
Um, and that was the Battle Mage. And you've been working on that for
years.
5 years?
Almost six.
Yeah,
I'll be six in like
five.
August, July, not August through January. I don't remember when I
Yeah.
actually started.
You started with the. You actually didn't start till January.
January.
So it's about 5.5 years, yes,
Yeah.
because you played the Mystic in my first session, which was I ran a session. My very first session I ever ran was on New Year's Eve. Um, I think of 2018. Yes, New Year's Eve
Yeah.
2018,
Yeah. Yeah.
starting the new year of 2018. Um, so yeah, it's been a long time since you've been working on this class, and it's gone through a lot of iterations. So we thought today we'd kind of talk about how to develop a subclass, or not a subclass, a
A
class,
full
uh,
class.
a full class, and the changes it's made over the years. As Seth is a perfectionist.
Yeah.
Um, we'll go through the different versions. I have the iteration that is my favorite, in which I actually made some of my own subclasses for it. Um, but right now there's 20 different versions of
20.
it.
Full 20.
Um, yeah, Havoc in our campaign is actually the
Battle.
20th version.
Yep, Battle Mage 20.
Hmm.
He
Yep.
is the first Battle Mage 20, like, properly played.
Hmm. Yeah.
Also
What
very
was
interesting
what was
thing.
Smokey? Smokey was
Smokey was several variants. He
Yes.
was 15 through 17, I believe.
Yeah. So Smokey was
Yeah.
Seth's character he played for our home game, where we first all kind of really grew attached to one another.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah. And then the only other version of Battle Mage I think I played with was your original. Um,
So you played with two. And that was Rindis way back in the day. That was the
yeah.
first Battle Mage that I had actually played. It's funny because I had made a my perfectionist tendencies come out even before like we get to 20 variants. I had made Battle Mage, right? And if we when we go and look at that document, you'll see that it is not a complete class because I was like rushing to make it, and it even didn't have the name Battle Mage. It was called War Mage. Uh, what I have as like in a document now is the remnants because I had made it using there's like online softwares you can use to like make your classes or subclasses look in the D&D format, and I
Hmm.
did that. Um, and that was way too much time. I just use Google Docs now. That's super easy. um, but uh, I don't even have all of that, and that was originally called the War Mage. But you played with two, with Rendis.
Hmm.
Um, you played with 10, which was Raphael.
Oh, that's right.
Um, Actually, no, he was 7 through 10, I think.
Okay.
Um, he was a couple versions too.
Did you update him when we brought Raphael back?
Yes, actually,
That's
yeah.
right, because the
So,
Battle Mage, I mean, we're gonna talking about the inspiration of the Battle Mage. If I understand correctly, it's essentially like the son of a sorcerer or
yeah,
daughter of a sorcerer.
yeah. The whole idea was just like, what if the sorcerer had their half-caster? What if somebody who had innate magic was like, I mean, this is cool, but stabbing people is way easier than all of that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So, the way the one of the main mechanics that I think has stayed throughout most of the Battle Mage has been your elemental.
yeah, the
Uh,
elemental soul. It
yeah.
wasn't there initially, and it took a while to actually get implemented, but as we'll see when we go over this, um, there will be certain features and names of features that when they're implemented, uh, the things like elemental soul, it was just like, oh, this stays forever. I added elemental soul, it's there. Um, um, but yeah, um, and I think it's interesting when you, when things just kind of like stick like that. 'Cause there's a lot of features that I was just like, nope, this does not work. Goodbye. And there's a lot of features that I tried hard to make work. And they were there persistently through iterations and either like kept getting changed and then would just go away eventually, where I was like, this doesn't work. Or I would change it so much that it's doesn't really, like, it has the same spirit of how it was originally implemented, but it is not it.
Yeah. So where do you want to start on the journey of kind of showing your development of the battle mage?
I feel like we should start at the end, simply just because the end is where we are now. It's what Havoc is. We can talk a little bit about just the design element of this class in specifically, and then we just go back to the start.
Okay, and then we'll get to the point because I've told Seth that I actually don't like Battle Mage Mark 20, in comparison to the other stuff that he's made. I'm not going to reveal which one's my favorite yet. We'll get to that point. But there's a very core thing that is changed at some point towards the end.
Yeah.
That I
last
brought up
couple
that
of iterations.
that I'm not a fan of. But that's fine. Difference of opinions.
Yeah.
And it's Seth's class that he's been working on, so.
I've been working on it for 20 years. Not
20 years?
20 years!
Holy shit. Holy shit, man.
Wow, your entire life.
Yeah. Since I could walk and talk, I've been making Battle Mage.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's get
3.5.
into Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, let's get into the battle mage then.
Yeah.
So just let me know when you have that brought up.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
Oh, do you want me to put it up on screen or just re-talk about it?
I think so, yeah. Just so anyone can follow along.
Cool. Yeah.
So you can see what we're seeing and not just hear what we're saying.
Yeah.
Or you put a share link to the entire folder in the
Just
the
hey,
chat.
here it is. Look at it. Honestly, that could be easier.
All right.
Okay. So
And yeah, Brian, your experience with the battle mage is much more limited.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I have read over Mark 20, right? Because for our home game, our third campaign, we're thinking of doing Gestalt characters, or that's the plan, because me and Seth tricked you into
No, you brought it up, and I'm like, no, that'd be cool.
Sure.
It makes sense for the story I have in mind for the home game.
Okay. So I was reading over it because I know it was one of the classes that was available for us, because I know that another person in our current campaign is playing a battle mage as well. Is Mehua a Mark 20?
He's weird.
Partially. He's a mix of Mark 20 and an earlier version.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has the class features of Mark 20, but the subclass features he has of
An earlier
one my own subclass, but it's different.
The soul subclass or whatever?
Yes, the soul spirit.
Yeah, soul spirit. Okay. So I've read over it, right?
Spirit soul.
I haven't fully comprehended it. Like I gave it a read over, and that's kind of the extent of what I've done. What I was more looking at was the subclasses that Seth has on the dock and the different subclasses that we have on our subclass dock. Because I was looking at stuff and I was more looking for subclass combinations more than just base class combinations when I was reading through stuff.
Yeah.
So, and I had not a great idea of what the battle mage was, but I had an idea because I spent an entire campaign playing with one pretty closely, right? Like, Smokey and Barry were, especially at the end,
Pretty good friends.
yeah, they worked real well together. It was
Yeah.
kind of nasty at the very end, especially with like Barry constantly radiating fire and you healing from that fire, right? So it was a very good combination between those two characters. So I was semi-familiar with it, but certainly this is it's a class, all right. I'm not saying that in a bad way,
is
right?
A class.
I'm not saying that in a bad way. I just mean that like legitimately, because it is weird because Seth is right, because there's a half caster for cleric paladin, there's a half caster for druid ranger, there's a half caster for wizard artificer. The reason I say kind of is because wizard and artificer are so different on a base level.
I feel like they share
Artificers,
the Batman nature of they both work well on prep time.
it's also the difference between them as well is artificer is a lot more about crafting its items and making items better, while wizard is a lot more about the spells itself, especially with the recent D&D 1 stuff where you can, if you have enough money and time, you can create a wizard book that's the size of like New World dictionaries.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
Right.
that's a good point. Like, because with Ranger and Paladin, it's mostly mixing martial and magic. Artificer is a little
Correct.
bit different. It's not necessarily mixing martial and magic. You can.
It
It
depends on what
depends on the
subclass you
subclass.
go
Yeah.
for the artificer. Like if you go artillerist or battlesmith or armorer, it's a little bit more combining the martial with it. But if you go alchemist, alchemist
is very much...
Alchemist is this weird.
Alchemist is weird.
I'm gonna throw a potion.
Yeah, I'm gonna chuck a potion at you. Eat
I've
this.
admittedly never played Alchemist, but
Neither have I.
I've been thrown
I've
off by it. I
played-
don't know if I like it.
I've played artificer for
Armor is
our.
Armor's great, yeah.
We that's okay. Let's talk about characters for a second, because that's what Izukon almost was originally. Izukon, when I was first making the character and just thinking about what I wanted the character to be, I was talking with Jacob and I was trying to make this artificer monk.
Yeah, I mean, go through and watch our session 0.
Yeah.
You were talking about an artificer
It's a
monk. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
And then we end up just on this big boy.
Yeah.
He's too big. He
Yeah.
is. It's lovely, but I also played an artificer during our first one shot that we did as a group, just to kind of get a feeling for the group itself.
Mhm.
Rickist.
That's right. Yeah.
I can't remember what Mal played for the life of me during
She
that.
was an Aarakocra druid.
Eric Rucker Druid. Okay.
Yes, back to the battle mage though.
Battle Mage.
So D10 hit die.
So
Yep.
starting off,
That's beefy.
a thing about this class is that I wanted it at the end. My design concept is that this is a tank, and you can be different flavors of tank with the subclasses currently, but
But at the end of the day,
the end of the day, the battle mage doesn't go down. And under certain circumstances, it won't go down. But those are at high
Yeah,
level, and you have to be going up against certain enemies.
There's one of them that is just like it's similar to the Barbar Rage or Zealot Rage, where as long as you keep making the save,
that was that was one of the earlier version subclasses. Right now, I will say the battle mage, specifically these subclasses, and I'm trying as hard as I could with the main class to make it a lot more simplistic in design. As we go through some of these early ones, you will see that it is not simplistic. And a thing about 5e game design is a lot about simplicity. So a thing about this thing is only a couple of pages long. It's 5 pages in a Google Doc. And, you know, part of that is this giant table. So I think a lot of this was me at this point trying to be like, how can I make this work as simply as I can in the ideas of 5th edition logic?
Would you say that earlier editions may be similar, like may have fit better within maybe 3.5? With how
I don't. I just feel like it didn't fit in D&D. With some of them where they were just like the logic will learn. There was a system I had installed for a little while called Inner Will, because even to this day, a lot of the ideas of Battle Mage, the power is based on your charisma right now. It is your internal, like, ability to keep going. It's based on charisma, not in the way that Paladin is, where it's your conviction to a set of ideals, but more your, how bad do I want to get this stuff done? Alright?
Your force of will.
Yeah, your force of will.
Yeah.
But...
And I think...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, talking about how clunky it's been at times, I think why this is a good discussion to have about a commentary on developing a class, and like the stages of stuff and how it's not always super easy to make it balanced. I mean, you go on D&D Beyond and look at some of those homebrews, and some people admittedly do not know what they're doing. And so, as someone who spent a lot of time, one, I think you should know about Seth. Seth, how many characters have you made? I think it's like over several hundred.
I'm sharing my screen right now, so I can just kind of go right here. Kind of. Alright, shoot. Oh, dang it. Just good. Screw it. Kind of go right here, go to D&D, go to characters. So I have the real use ones, which are like actually character sheets. And then there's this, which is just me having made characters to learn 5th edition game design. I'm gonna be scrolling for a while.
I think you and Josh counted at one point, because Josh, who's also here on Roll for Damage, has also made a lot of characters. But you guys have made so many characters, which I think helps.
It is in the hundreds.
Yeah, it's in the hundreds, which is why I think it helps you making the battle mage. And I think the more that you made characters, you can see the progression of the battle mage increases as your knowledge of 5e as a system increases.
I will also say, as we go through these versions, you can see not only my understanding of game design, but my understanding of balancing change. Because I will say the battle mage versions were impacted by the other players at the table. For a lot of the middle version there, a lot of these battle mages, they were all made while I was sitting at a table with a Sorkiden. And for those not in the know, Sorkiden's about the strongest blaster you can play in this game. If you want to do damage, and you want to min-max, play a Sorkiden. And, and nothing against Sorkins, and nothing against min-maxes. I mean, you know, but like...
I do it accidentally. I don't do it intentionally, like with Icarus making 8,000 arrows a day or some shit. I don't remember the math anymore. It's an insane number. That shouldn't be possible. But the way things combine, it is.
You get the right things on hand, yeah.
Also, Jacob, I realized there was so much easier way of doing this.
Yeah.
Instead of doing the Streamlabs stuff, I just shared my screen on Discord because I was already streaming that page.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought that's what you were gonna do.
No, I was gonna do some bullshit through Streamlabs. But yeah, so
I don't want to. But yeah, a lot of changes were made, and I remember some of them that I made, like in the early versions of the Battle Mage, because one of the main things I think we'll see early on is that Battle Mage wasn't always a charisma caster.
Was not. And we can kind of reveal that right now. So Battle Mage for the longest time was a Constitution class. Not necessarily a Constitution caster, though when it was a caster, it was a Constitution caster. And I always had this idea of, like, I wanted it to be Constitution because, A, the only thing Constitution is used for is health. And maybe con saves for concentrating on spells, but, like, that's 2 things.
Or for poison, 3 things.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Ooh, poison, that comes up so much.
So, and the way you described it was you wanted it to be that, that same idea of the force of will, that physical... But I think instead of a willpower, it was more of a physical
it was
manifestation of magic.
Yeah, it was based on your physicals, but like it was still based on your soul, but it was like the physical aspect of your soul. Like, how much energy does your body have? And it's a lot, right? But we're at this point now. Going through the very quick starting stuff. Hit points is a D10. Chunky. Competitive with Ranger and Paladin. Wasn't always a D10, but that's where we are now. Proficiencies, standard weapons, choose 2 skills, stuff like that. Very specifically, though, no armor proficiencies for this one. And we'll see why later, but was a choice. There aren't any half-casters that have unarmored defense, and I think unarmored defense is really cool. So, throwing it on there.
I've always found unarmored defense weird. Especially for, like, casters or, like, multi-classes.
Mm-hmm.
Because something about somebody not wearing armor in a scenario where even the lightest bit of leather, right?
Better.
Especially in this game, right? There's a lot of the time where you see characters and the way they're drawn, even, right? Let's start there. The way characters are drawn, even unarmored characters, tend to have some sort of light armoring in a weird way.
Yeah, like barbarians still have like furs or like
furs and
stuff.
Pauldrons and stuff like that, and it's like that's not unarmored, but according to game rules it is. Yeah. So
I think at that point you're just in flavor territory.
Yeah.
You really are in flavoring territory, which is where it starts to get weird, because that's when you start messing with stuff and things get weird, because it's like, is it flavor or does it actually do something? Because like just looking at Izukan, he's got a huge pauldron that covers most of his center torso, right? And the basically kilt around his legs is leathers and furs, which fits the barbarian aesthetic, which is what I said I wanted, right? But looking at it, I'm like,
10 plus Dex plus Con.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You're
the
not
thing
getting
as
anything
well.
else.
Is the thing is as well, right? It makes it 2 stat reliant, not
Mhm.
like 2 as in TOO, but 2 as in TWO, the number. 2 stat reliant when there is very few other things in the game that are 2 stat reliant.
Yeah, that is a. Well, Barbarian is 3 stat
I'd
reliant.
say a Barbarian's 3, yeah.
Well, the
Strength,
unarmored
Dex, Con.
defense, unarmored defense in and of itself is two stat reliant, right?
Mhm.
And even that is very rare. Barbarian is the only class that is innately mad, which for people, mad is multi-ability score dependent, and it's a thing you don't want to be. And Barbarian is
Yep.
innately that.
Yeah. Monk is like you can choose a subclass to just focus on one. I think it's the
Astral Arms makes it
Astral Arms
your
is
wisdom.
Which is what
Yeah.
Doxel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
yeah, one of your characters.
That's
yeah.
what he was.
But yeah. But the battle mage, I think initially back when it was Constitution, it was single stat.
So
because you pretty much
when
just needed Con.
when it was Constitution, it was 2 stat reliant. Because it was always strength in Constitution. It was basically, what if you had like a barbarian who didn't have rage and could cast, right? In the state it is now, and actually talking about this, I'll scroll down real quick to the ability soul items. I have purposely made Battle Mage a single stat reliant class. It does require dexterity and it does require constitution, but those are to a lesser extent. You can function as a Battle Mage with only charisma. And that is a thing. Half casters are kind of weird, right? Because some of them are single stat reliant and others aren't. Really, only Paladin is truly like it requires multiple stats. But like Ranger doesn't care about wisdom, right?
No.
Not really.
Rangers need dexterity and that's it.
Yeah. You can take all the spells so that they affect your attack, like they're damage modifiers to your attacks.
Yeah, or they're spells that
yourself.
They don't require saves, they don't require tackles. It's just like, hey, here's detect magic and pass without a trace. I don't care about anything else, right?
Yeah.
Cordon of arrows, hail of thorns, flame arrows, all things that like just enhance your basic attacks, right?
Add some D6s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if they wanted to make Rangers actually more spell reliant, they would need to do something similar to what they did with Warlock, which is agonizing blast, where you can add your modifier to your spellcasts.
That's something people have been saying for years. Just make Hunter's Mark a class feature rather than a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny enough, in my trials, I have made my own version of Ranger, and we're going to talk about it later because it is in the current playtest for playtest 6 for One D&D. But there are some things they did in there that I have already done in my Ranger fix.
Yeah. But I'm sorry, we keep getting off track.
Yeah,
Let's get back to the battle mage for a bit.
I feel like that's what this is going to be the entire time.
Yeah.
But my idea for the battle mage, right, in stat reliance, is that you only need charisma. And that is by design, and some might look at that of like, but like you're a half caster, you kind of need it. And battle mage definitely takes some inspiration from the paladin. You'll see it with one feature in specific, but I think it is uniquely a little different, and we'll get to that later. But going back for a second, looking at the other half casters, right? Artificer is the most single stat reliant class, like so badly that it is so single stat reliant that because that stat's good, the rest of the stats are good.
Yeah.
If
Armor Artificer,
Mm-hmm.
you legitimately only need intelligence.
Yep.
Because you can add your intelligence to attack rolls that you make with these suit of armor.
And because your intelligence is good, hey, guess what? Now I can wield really heavy armor. And you know, maybe I do want a good strength for strength saves. Hey, let me throw in an item that lets me do that. Hey, let me use that
It gives
feature.
you advantage on strength saves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, let me use that feature that lets me add my intelligence to my saves, right? And it's like, oh, this only needs intelligence. And I think part of that you'll see where I have the realization of like it's charisma. It's only charisma. But to start, the very first thing on the Battle Mage doc, the first feature you get is Elemental Soul. And this is what I think is the thing that is unique about Battle Mage. Is the Battle Mage is an elementalist. You choose one element, and that is your bread and butter. You're gonna deal damage with that, you're gonna resist it, you're gonna get all of these abilities. And eventually, right, at the highest tier, you get absorption to that element, which is a thing player characters don't really get. And 5e doesn't have, like, the word absorption as, like, here it's a keyword, like, immunity and resistance.
Yeah. So, like, the Iron Golem we would say the Iron Golem has fire absorption, when in actuality the stat block, it says that it's immune to fire, and it has a built-in feature where it says if it takes fire damage, it heals that much.
Yeah. Which is kind of how I have worded Elemental Soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is in the same logic of the monster stat block. But the very big thing about this is because you're choosing one element, and this was the thing I had to learn, was you choose one element and you're locked into that, you're going to have a very bad time when the DM picks creatures that are resistant or immune to that element, because your entire deal is that element. So, baked into the class at 5th and 13th level, you stop worrying about resistance. You stop worrying about immunity, because your element just cuts right through it. And that's a very big thing I like the idea of fires that burn so hot they burn red dragons, poison so deadly it, like, can kill a zombie, right? And stuff like that, where it's like, oh, this is the peak of what this natural element can be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Unarmored defense, and this goes part of the way for saying you kind of need dexterity, but you don't really need dexterity. It's a option, right? The more dexterity you have, the better defense you will, but it's not necessarily a, hey, here you go.
Ooh, 1 second.
Yeah.
I want to answer this question.
Oh.
What is your favorite all-time class and character? Question for all three of us.
Ooh. Class and character? Really and truthfully, only because it's the only character I've gotten to finish their story on, like, fully. Barry. Warforged. For a while, he was a fighter cleric. He started as an arcane archer, but by the end, he was just a straight fighter. So I would have to say Barry is my favorite character, but favorite class? I've always enjoyed the thought of Ranger, because I grew up on Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Aragorn's a Ranger.
And yeah.
Not gonna lie.
So, and he's like my favorite character.
Called Strider.
Yeah. There's also another character that I really enjoy because of Rangers, is the Shadow of War series.
Yeah.
Mordor, right? Like, he's a straight Ranger as well.
Yeah.
Right? So I've always enjoyed the thought of Ranger, but Ranger in D&D is such a niche and weird class right now.
And that's why I've tried to fix it. several times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it feels like it should be doing more, but also it feels like it's doing too much in certain places and not
So-
enough in others.
Just to get completely off track for a second, an idea of game design. So the thing about Ranger is that it is doing that. Ranger is trying to be a half caster. It's trying to be like the druid, like the fighter, and like the rogue, right?
All at once.
While also implementing its own unique things of Hunter's Mark and the being the person who is just good with the land. Because
It's a little scattered.
Yeah, it is very scattered shot. And if you look at it in comparison to other half-casters where it's like, oh, I'm a paladin. Yeah, I'm a fighter and a cleric, but the best combination of those two. The ranger doesn't know what it's doing with each level, and every time you level up, you're getting something that isn't building upon the past, it's implementing a new idea. And a lot of the big problems with the ranger is there is zero cohesion between spell casting and its martial abilities. Where
Yeah.
like the paladin gets
It
divine
also-
smites.
It also doesn't help that a lot of its spells that you would like to cast at the same time are concentration.
Yeah.
So you have to choose one spell, and that's it for all of combat. You get one, whether it's flame arrows, hail of thorns, hunter's mark. Like you get one.
Yeah. So Seth, favorite class?
I mean, it would sound a little narcissistic, but truly to
Battle
me,
mage?
the battle mage it's my baby, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I understand that.
And also the other
I
thing
would
about-
say.
Go ahead.
I would say it would be worse if you were earlier on in the versions, like version 2. This is my favorite class, but you're
I'm playing
20
Rindas, and I'm like,
versions in.
Yeah,
You're
you've been
20
working on this for
versions in
5.5
saying
years. I think you have a
Yeah,
right to
so
call this your favorite.
You have a right to
I
call
mean,
this your favorite
I think
class
even
without
beyond-
sounding like an asshole about it.
Yeah, even beyond that, the battle mage just is a combination of some of my favorite abilities from other classes. Well, I really, really like the idea of the elementalist. I there's something about it, specifically, right? We didn't ever do this too much with Smokey, but that the ability to cut through immunity with your damage type, right? So like you walk into a red dragon's room holding your sword on fire, and the dragon's like, you stupid little dummy. That ain't gonna do anything. I'm sitting in lava right now. And then you go up and you cut it, and it kind of like in The Hobbit, right, where they pour gold on Smaug, and he's like, it burns, right? That moment to me is so special, where it's like you hit a creature that normally in this world is incredibly narcissistic and like, I'm it, and then say, no, you're not. So yeah, like battle mage is my favorite class, and
Okay.
there are some competitors of other things, like barbarians are
Let's
really
say
cool.
let's say base classes.
Base classes.
What is your favorite base classes?
Oh, so I have a list, and it will go back between them all. On one hand, I'd say barbarian, just because like I like. When it comes to martial classes, I think the barbarian is the most well-designed thing in this game. Not only for like power-wise, but for the barbarian does what it does, and you read through the abilities and you understand it, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna be a big man and I'm gonna hit.
It's very easy to understand. So, for context, this is my first time playing a barbar as Yuzu Khan.
And just the
Smack, smack.
Yeah.
Smack, smack.
But even like the innateness of it's like it's smack, but the abilities go forward to be like, I'm not just smack, I'm smack, and if you smack me, nothing happens. Right?
Yeah.
On another hand,
Unlike the fighter where it's just smack.
smack.
And that's it.
And maybe smack, smack, smack. And if you're really lucky, smack, 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 smack.
Smack. And then again, smack, 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 smack.
Oh my gosh.
Fighter I could say, but I wouldn't. So for context, fighter is the class that I have made the most amount of subclasses for. I have made like 20 subclasses for fighter.
It's because it's such a just good base. Like that's the thing about fighter. It is just a good base class, and it just makes it incredibly easy to throw kind of anything on top of it, and no matter what you throw on top of it, it's going to be better.
Yeah,
it's going to get better.
The base class is so
basic. All proficiencies just off going one level into the class. You get second wind and action surge if you go 2 levels, right? And then really and truthfully after that, you don't really need to go any further into it if you're multi-classing into it. But if you're building off fighter as your base, you can combine it with almost anything.
Yeah.
There might be a couple of things out there that it's like that's not a really good like my first thought is fighter rogue. Throwing together fighter rogue is always weird.
But it does work. Right?
Yes.
5 levels fighter, 15 rogue is amazing. It's just a slightly better rogue. Right?
I mean, at that point, though, there's also the rogue ranger combo. 5 levels ranger, 15 levels rogue. Right? That's another combo I've seen. Gloomstalker ranger. And then, like, any rogue that's not assassin, because assassin's so sad.
Getting back on track, it's really hard because I've made so many characters, and I've played... At this point, through one-shots and actual campaigns, I have actually played every class at least once. But... like...
I haven't.
Well, no, there was a very specific time where I was like, shoot, I need to play a monk and a druid. And because it was like, I hadn't played those two yet. And I was like, well, looks like my next one's a monk. Next one's a druid.
There's so many I haven't played, actually.
But then, like, I don't know. I could keep going. Like, my list, the more I think about it, the more the list expands, because then there's the nostalgia pick of Warlock.
Warlock was your favorite for a long time.
For a very long time. And I've played a couple of Warlocks. Never in, like, a real campaign. But, like... It's so... I love the idea of somebody who's made a pact with something. I love Constantine as a character, and he does that stuff all the time. I mean, continuing on, Cleric and Paladin I really, really like. I don't necessarily jive with playing the hyper-religious characters. Insert my current Cleric, who is not at all a cleric. They are just a vampire. That's it. God, Jacob.
I think this is the point in time where we point out Seth is that guy on the dating show where he has to kick off one of the potential picks, and he's going through the entire list and he's explaining why every single one of them's a good fit.
And I don't know.
But doesn't actually make an answer.
Yeah, we're gonna cut to a commercial break and come back, and I'm just gonna re-go through the entire list of every single class and how they could be my favorite. I mean, Monk won't be on there.
It's golden. I love it. Because I also agree, as much as I enjoyed Gospel and the Astral Arms bullshit, that is the only subclass I've enjoyed. All the other ones are like...
So what is it?
Don't know.
Let's go with your first choice, because like the first thing you thought of was Barbar.
Not gonna lie, part of it was I was thinking of Izukan.
Battle Mage. Oh.
Yeah. But okay, I think. Yeah, no, honestly, I think it is Barbar, right? Because I think if somebody were to tell me you have 15 minutes to play in a game, I choose Barbar, not specifically because of time, because I can make a level 20 cleric in 15 minutes. I've done it before, right? But like, you know, I think there is something sorry, I saw a wasp outside my window. I think there is something innately fun about just playing the big stupid idiot. And maybe, you know, they're mean and they're like an actual rageful barbarian, or they're just like a big old himbo. But
yeah.
Before I answer favorite character I've played, I'm gonna pass it to you, Jacob, because I've been talking for a while.
Yeah, just give us your favorite character real quick, and then
I'm passing it to you because I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
This isn't me being nice. This is
Seth thinking.
Okay,
Seth doesn't know. Seth doesn't want to talk for another 30 minutes by himself.
Yeah.
So I'm in a similar boat where for me picking a favorite character is a little tricky to do, or not character, class. I also find it to be a bit of a struggling thing, a troublesome thing, because I really like some of the core mechanics of different classes. Like, for example, I love Sorcerer's Metamagic. I think it is one of the most creative things in the entire game. It is one of my favorite things in the entire game. My one issue with Sorcerer is I feel like a lot of the times your metamagic is more impactful than your actual subclass features. It might just be me. I feel like Sorcerer subclass features aren't as prevalent or important as a lot of other things are.
You have to get into like the new sorcerers where it's like, oh, I'm gonna play a Luna sorcerer. But if you look at Luna sorcerer, the thing that makes it interesting is that it's playing with metamagics and making them easier or different, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it all goes back to metamagic.
And I think that like Wild Sorcerer, I love it. It relies on having a DM that remembers to have you roll on the table. So like its enjoyability is completely determined by like the DM and how much they remember to like, hey, use your feature. So, and I really like a lot of the mechanics of Sorcerer, but I don't think it's my favorite. I'm gonna jump into
Wild
Paladin.
Sorcerer's also weird because it's this weird thing of the you might have a DM that knows it exists, right, and remembers that it exists, but doesn't want it to be every single spell as well. That's another thing about Wild Sorcerer. There's too little and then too much, and you have to find that in between, and that relies on your DM finding that in between, not you, the player.
There was an actual
because it's all at the DM's discretion.
Yeah, there was an actual
is what it
play
says.
I used to watch way back. It was one of the first ones I had started with. Can't remember the name right now. But they had landed on an island, and the big thing with that island was every spell had a chance for wild magic. They didn't have any sorcerers at the table, but basically it was everyone's gonna be a wild soul sorcerer. And that was really interesting because it impacted everyone at the table except for one person who wasn't a caster. But it was like, that mechanic is really, really fun, but it wasn't like every time you cast a spell, it's only on an at 1 and at 20. It's a 10% chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna move into Paladin because I also really like some of the stuff with Paladins. I really like the subclass auras. I think those are just like a really cool thing mechanically. Um, my issue though with Paladins is that I don't like their spells. I don't like their spell list at all. Um, and I've learned through playing D&D that I need to play a spellcaster. Um, or someone with a lot of options. I need options in combat, or else I get bored. Um, I don't care about big damage. I care more about having like battlefield manipulation or allied aid or things like that. Um, which then really brings you into Wizard, which I think has the strongest spell list in the entire game, um,
Mhm.
which is also something that's great. But
Fireball.
yeah, but I feel like at the end of the day, if I really just have to choose one, I think it's Cleric. I think Cleric is my favorite class because it has really good spell list. A lot of options for how you can take different spells that'll completely change the way your class is played. I really like how in the subclasses you get different spell list that you get in addition that you always know. I think that's really unique and cool. Um, I like how you can switch those spells out. So unlike a wizard, you can actually have some more adaptability with your spells depending on what situation you're going into. And then also, I think the subclasses are spectacular. It has, I think, the most subclasses in the game. Um,
Oh,
which,
yeah, easily.
yeah, a wizard's catching up, but cleric, most subclasses in the game, and I think it allows for such a wide array of um, gameplay, whether you want to be a Tempest and do tons of explosive damage, or you want to be Life Cleric and nobody's going to die, um, or Knowledge
Twilight
and you want
Cleric,
to,
and nobody
yeah,
really dies.
yeah, there's just so many cool, unique subclasses, and what I really like is I feel like the subclasses more than any other, uh, mm, more than a lot of classes in this game, the subclasses really change the flavor of the class in ways that others I don't think are
I
seen
feel
as
like
much.
there is a lot of classes that do that though. Like I would say Bard is
Yeah.
up there on depending on which bard you pick, you're picking what class you're saying I'm actually better than you, right? Like if
Yeah.
you pick I can't remember College of Shadows or I think it's College Shadows. The
S- Whispers?
Whispers College of if you pick College of Whispers bard, you're just a better rogue, right?
Mhm.
You're just a more interesting rogue. Um, you pick Valor or Swords, and it's like, hey, fighter, kick it. I'm here.
Yeah.
Um,
And
oh,
Bard is also, I really do like Bard as well, but I think Cleric takes the cake for me simply because of the fact that um, I think Bardic Inspiration, yeah, I like Bardic Inspiration, but I feel like I want to use it more. And I want to use it for more things. So
yeah.
early game, I think it's fine, but late game, I think Bardic Inspiration kind of takes a backseat. Um, that's my own personal opinion. But I think Cleric has fun abilities that climb throughout each level. Um, especially like you get Divine Intervention, which is this really cool epic narrative beat, which as you get stronger and stronger and stronger is more likely to happen. And in a campaign, you might only ever get like two Divine Interventions that ever take place.
Hmm.
Um, but I think it's such a cool narrative
Yeah, like
tool.
the moment where a divine intervention actually happens, like especially if you're not level 20, right? I
Mhm.
feel like it is the DM's job to say no, we're pausing. Full
Yeah,
stop whatever's happening. It's divine intervention time. This is about to be cool as heck.
yeah,
Um
It
like
especially depends on like who they're calling upon and what they're calling upon. Really does change what happens with the divine intervention.
it is. It is
Um,
the single most, more so than a wish. Uh, I would say divine intervention. I think is similar to wish, but those two things are like the room for the biggest change in a story. But unlike Wish, you can get Divine Intervention early on in that same thing where it's not always going to like succeed.
Well, I think that the difference between Divine Intervention and Wish is always a monkey's paw. Assuming you don't use the ability to just copy spells, right?
Yeah.
Which that in itself is really strong. But if you use the other part to make a wish, right? Wish has to be a monkey's paw. Whereas Divine Intervention, it is not as reality warping, right? It's not going to change some fundamental idea of the universe, but it's not a monkey's paw. It just happens, right? And maybe the player is loose. I think with Divine Intervention is more the player should loosely ask for something, and then the DM gives way more than they could have ever expected from this, right? And that's a good use.
What was your Divine Intervention in our what was it called? Darkness Fading.
It was the specific wording of it was I wanted
Take me back.
No, that was my wish. It was it had to do with Mal's character to get her back here.
Back.
Right.
It was to teleport her back into this planet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I used whatchamacallit to get her here. Or I used it to teleport her to us.
Yeah. I remember. But yeah, and that was like I feel like whenever it's used, it's always narratively important because it's that thing that you're keeping in the back of your pocket. And I mean that's just one class feature, but I think it is the most epic class feature in the game, narratively. And I care a lot about the narrative of things. That's kind of my bread and butter. So cleric, I think cleric is my favorite class.
Very fair.
I love a lot of the subclasses too. I don't necessarily have a favorite. I think if you ask me what my favorite subclass is, it's actually going to be Shadow Monk.
That's fair.
I just love the teleporting through shadows. I made pretty much an entire campaign where the villains were a cult of Shadow Monks.
Jacob,
and I had too much fun
Shadow
with that.
Monks have appeared in multiple campaigns.
Yes. I like them a little too much.
Now. 2 campaigns
Three.
now, at least 3. Oh, okay, never mind. I missed one. My bad.
The villains campaign.
No.
Did they show up in the villains
4.
campaign?
4 then.
4? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about
When did they
Stardust
show up in the
Crusaders.
villains campaign?
That guy Claren was the leader of
Claren.
them.
He was the leader of the Shadow Monks.
Oh,
He was the leader of that
I just
entire
wasn't
cult.
thinking about it because he wasn't headless.
Yeah.
Like the
Because that
rest
was
of them.
his
So I
entire
was like,
thing.
Yeah. Well, he had his head
All the
stitched
rest
back
of them.
on. That was his thing.
Yeah.
yeah,
So he had the scars.
it just didn't register with me. Like, oh, it's Claren. Yeah, he's the leader of the headless.
But
Why does he have a head?
Yeah.
And
favorite-
like after that, it just didn't.
For favorite
Yeah.
character, though, is going to have to be this character that I played my freshman year of college.
Excalibur,
Huh?
the warlock skeleton.
Yep. His name was Todd Cobblestone. He is my freaking everything, dude. What I loved so much about Todd is it is the very first time I ever played. I feel like what's so great about D&D is that you can play to your wildest dreams and fantasies, right? So I can play someone who's epic and strong and brave in the faces of dangers that I might not usually be able to stand up to those things. But with Todd, I flipped it on its head. I made a character that was far more afraid than I've ever been in my life. Insecure about
Everything.
everything, is manipulated constantly by those around him, and is so passionately driven to escape this because he knows that it's not what he wants. He wants an escape, but he feels so trapped. And playing his kind of descent into not quite a villain, but into tyranny, was really interesting. As he essentially had plans to like kill all of the leaders of this realm that he was in one foul swoop. and take control so that he, for the first time in his life, could have control of absolutely everything. So he was a character who started as like this small little innocent guy and was slowly unraveling to become become a villain. And that might also play into the fact that I love villains way more than heroes, like narratively in stories. That I played a character who was to become a villain, or at least a broken hero.
That is a thing. We had played in a private game a like villain side session kind of thing where it was in between main campaigns that are years long, right? It was, hey, let's do a little break, let's whip out some new characters and let's play some villains, right? And I find it the most interesting thing of the villain I had chose to play was the most like you would look at him as a hero if just one thing was changed. Right.
Yeah.
And it was like that's the thing I really like is the villains who not necessarily think themselves the hero, not necessarily like Thanos in Infinity War and Endgame, but more the villains who know that how they're looked on in the world, but revel in their own existence. But yeah.
Yeah. But Todd, he was a warlock, Pact of the Blade, and his whole story, I thought it was always like comical. His long story short, he was a cobbler. He made shoes. One day in a bar, he sees this guy with magnificent boots, and he's very socially awkward. Ends up dropping something, and he sees these boots and is marveling at them, and then accidentally gets them dirty. The guy gets mad at him and kills him. Next thing you know, Todd wakes up and he's in his house, and this guy is standing there and essentially is like, you know what, you have, like, for a small cobbler, your organizational skills are really good. You've got, your books are all neat, you like, everything's nice and tidy, and it turns out this guy's a necromancer, and takes Todd as an undead spawn with some sentience to him to basically, like, just take care of him and just like be a slave, and like, yeah, you're actually like competent at one thing, and that's being clean and collected. And so then the story goes on that evil necromancer attempts to become a lich, and during the ritual, like a rat runs across the some of the ingredients, and Todd, trying to make sure nothing goes wrong, takes a sword and tries to kill the rat. Ends up like breaking the phylactery just as the spell's about to go through. Next thing you know, that his master's soul is trapped in his sword. So that's why he's Pact of the Blade. He's got his master constantly talking down to him, telling him what to do. I would describe these scenes where Todd is trying to run away from combat, and the way I would have him still participate is the sword is dragging him like across like the room. So it was really fun to play that, where it was kind of us playing two characters, the master and the pawn. So yeah, Todd Cobblestone, favorite character I've ever played, and not for the reasons you would usually expect.
Speaking of two characters, actually three is my list still.
Oh, okay.
I haven't whittled it down at all of favorite characters. So the first one, and this is for me is the most self-obvious, would be a character that goes by the name Smokey. I played him for several years. He was just... I just really liked him. He was cool, and not necessarily in that way where it's like, oh, you're a high charisma character, so like you hot and you know it and you're a sex fiend. It's like, no, he was like kind of ignorant to the fact that he was hot, because he was like, what? People find this sexually attractive? Ah, whatever.
That was
I
one
need
of
these
the bits.
muscles to stab.
Yeah, I had
There's one of
NPCs.
the bits.
I had NPCs flirt with him constantly,
Mhm.
and he's just
And
nothing.
yeah.
right over his head. Everybody else in the group is like, ooh, ooh.
And 100.
And Smokey's just,
What?
huh?
Well, 'cause,
What?
well, the other thing
She was
is
flirting
me
with me?
knowing it, I would play into it to make the flirting worse, right? To make the other
Yeah.
like to make it seem like Smokey
Unintentionally
almost understood,
flirting back.
but like he doesn't know, right?
Unintentionally flirting back. Like, you'd be like, yeah, Smokey's shirt is really sweaty right now, so it's kind of sticking to him. And it's just like random
Or, like,
shit like that.
Actually, yeah, no, Smokey's like unbuttoning his shirt, and it's like, because this was a character who his entire thing is he was just fit, right? Because he was
always on fire.
Yeah.
He was always burning
He
calories.
burned so many calories. Right.
Him waking up burned 1,000 calories.
Right. But Mans.
It only got worse when he became a dragon.
Yeah, and the thing is, Smokey accomplished my 2 goals in D&D. I have 2 goals: play a dragon and play a dungeon. And I've played a dragon. And somehow
So you're gonna
I'm
play a
gonna
wizard?
play a dungeon.
You gonna play a wizard?
Who turns into a dungeon? Yes.
I can make it happen.
But like
Gestalt, wizard, artificer, build a dungeon, wizard
turns
out the
into
dungeon.
becomes
Turn the
becomes a
dungeon
lich.
into your phylactery.
Yeah. But like, yeah, and the story of it was so nice because like he had a wife, and that eventually came up, and you know, stuff of like
Eventually.
becoming a father and stuff like that, and it was very heartfelt. And you know, he had an ending, but then there's a character, Jacob, that I played with you much earlier, who I played him for a lot shorter of a time, but he still sticks with me. I bring him up all the time. Linus. So this was a character. He was
the
he
weird
wa-
one.
yeah, the
Okay.
weird one. So he was he was like a marksman style character. He was a sharpshooter, right? He was a imagine if Jon Snow was a detective and had a gun. That was my character pitch for Linus. But the one important thing was I was making the character in a rush, and I was like, hey Jake, would it be fun if I had no memories? So the thing with him was he was traveling with a band. He had 2 other people who were like, oh, you hit your head, you're traveling with us, you're your friend. He wasn't their friend. And eventually it's revealed to vote like, oh, maybe you hit your head while you were traveling with them and you're a cop from this place. And oh, your head hurts a lot, right? And then eventually it's revealed, oh, he's an intellect devourer. The character I was playing was a head crab. And it's like, holy, that world-shattering moment where the Sorkadin at the table uses divine sense for the first time within 30 feet of me and goes, you're an aberration. And it's like, what? I don't know that. And the look that player gave me of like, are you a monster? Because every sense is telling me you're a freaking monster. And me being like, I don't know what's happening is so good. And I also played into the bit of like, that character, I had like a notes journal that I was taking stuff in. Eventually it turned into, this is the real note that character is taking in game. And then eventually it turned into psychotic ramblings and like scrawlings. And stuff like single letter, the entire page, my brain hurts, help, stuff like that. And it's like, oh, the stuff where somebody like repeats words over and over and over in their book. And it's like, that was an entire page. And I did that just for me at the table. That was for no one else. But it was like, I'm fully living this, like, I don't know who I am. And then to realize that you are a monster and you run away from the group. Yeah, I play a different character for a while. Then he comes back. And, like, the realization of, no, I'm an intellect devourer, but the mind flayers aren't going to control me. Right? I hit my head, had a concussion. but I'm not under their control anymore. I'm as much as a person as anyone else. Now, of course, he's piloting a meat puppet, but, you know, come see, come ça. Then there's a third character.
I mean, is he really much different than others? He's a brain piloting a mech meat
puppet.
suit.
I'm gonna take my guess as to who it is.
Who is it?
It's Raphael.
Raphael is up there. But
Oh, is he not your third favorite?
He's not my third favorite. My third favorite goes... I've brought him up.
Maki?
Nope.
Rowan?
Nope.
Havoc?
Nope.
Jeez.
There's one more. I brought him up literally like 10 minutes ago.
Regis?
Nope.
Your villain, Wilhelm. Or William.
Oh, William.
William Drake. I just love that man. So the thing about William Drake is he was a pirate, fully. But he was a pirate. He himself believed that he was lawful evil when he was actually chaotic evil. And it's one of those things where he lived by a set of code, and if those codes were broke, he was merciless. And, you know, he was the kind of person who thought it was good that he gave the people he was robbing a chance to just peacefully give them their stuff before he killed all of their crew. Right? But, like, he doesn't see the innate evil in robbing people, right? In the open sea. And also, I just loved his voice, and I still think about it. Just the... God, I almost did it, and I almost just flubbed out, like, you know when you feel like your throat's about to crack? Where you're like, oh, if I speak, it's going to crack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you almost flubbed out William?
Yeah. But just like I don't know. Completely...
That's another thing
Yeah.
I loved about Todd is that Todd, I feel like, has such an iconic voice for me that I can slip into it at any time. I describe it as a scared British voice.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially Todd's voice was like very up here and really afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Never sure what to do. And just very squealy and panicky. And it was really fun to get into. I when I first pulled out the voice, people groaned.
Oh God!
Because it was a new group.
If it's only
It just
for
reminds me
voice.
of Myrrh.
Oh.
It reminds me of
Yeah,
Myrrh.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
But everyone-
Another tiny character with an annoying
Everyone
voice.
everyone fell in love with it though.
Another
so that was really
character
fun.
who I had played that I liked just on the voice was good old Gary Goblin.
I know it.
I finally get to share that voice with the world.
Gary Goblin, yeah.
Garrison Goblin, at your service. That voice I can do on command.
Matter was around here. Matter was Matter. Matter did things. Matter was sorcerer. He was sorcerer. Matter
Almost.
was
Khajiit
a
has
very dumb
wares.
cat. He was very Khajiit.
Yeah.
Matter was a very dumb cat. He was also a very unlucky cat. as
My
well.
favorite. I'm sorry, I just need to share this. Whenever I think of Myrrh, I think because he was wild magic. I think of when Myrrh throws a fireball, and then he rolls the wild
Down in his
magic.
claw.
He rolls the wild magic where you have a fireball blow up on you. So I describe this moment as he throws the bead of fire, and then looks down at his hand, and there's a second explosion.
There was a second ember in his hand. Oh my God! It's
so
golden.
iconic. It's so iconic.
That pert cat meme image.
I also just love the art I used for her, like the yellow eyes looking in two different directions. It was
Yeah.
Myrrh wasn't all there, but he was there all right.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
love this game. I love this game.
I'm still so sad about how Myrrh and Kenshi's story got
Oh
ended
my
in all.
god, that's so ridiculous. The one
Yeah,
for
so
one,
the
you
thing is-
played both of them.
So for context, I invited two friends to DM like a big. It was pretty much a third of the way through the campaign, or maybe halfway through.
Yeah, it was like the
About halfway.
Yeah.
But it was the end
Yeah.
of like the first huge arc, the first
Yep.
BBEG. And I called in some friends to help me
run
DM.
combat. Yep.
Yeah, and they were communicating and they were merciless. So they pulled this combo using the stat blocks that I didn't even think about was like incredibly devastating between these two creatures they were playing. And straight up, Brian was playing, at this point in time, Brian had written 3 characters into the campaign. 2 of them died in a single turn that the 2 of them pulled together without me collaborating with them.
Action killed 2 people. Because one of them was a legendary, or was the layer action, where it was like shift people in this area take maximum cold damage.
Double
cold damage.
It was double cold damage. And basically what happened was I had both of them step up together. They were both right behind each other. They put down this I think it was like, the thing is as well, right? If I had them even a little bit separated, one of them would have survived. It wasn't a large area. It was like a 10-foot radius. Right?
I think it was only
so they put him down.
Yeah, it was,
or something like that.
Yeah,
but it was like
right next to each other.
They were right next to each other, and it just ended up perfectly. So they were taking double cold damage, and there was a white dragon there. Was it an adult?
It was younger adult. It wasn't all that strong.
It
wasn't ancient or anything.
Yeah, it wasn't ancient because I don't think it was. That big.
But yeah, it was either an adult or a young, but I can't remember. But basically, White Dragon released its cold breath. Both of my characters failed their saves to dodge it. Or no, they had disadvantage because of the zone.
I don't think it was disadvantage. I think
there was something else.
It might have been something giving you disadvantage. There might have been a caster that I had used that maybe you were slowed or something.
I don't remember but
fully.
I failed the roll. I failed the roll,
and I took no chance.
They took double damage from the white dragon, and he like rolled really close to max damage just on the regular dragon's breath, and then it doubled and immediately one shot both of them. Yeah. So much so that Jacob went, all right, your other characters hit it from the window.
Yeah. Well, what was really bad about that is, so those 2 characters were connected by the same sword. They'd both been brought back to life by the same sword. So they were both kind of working together because of that. Because Kenshi was an NPC, but for this fight, I brought him back in. And it was set so essentially like once they died, their souls belonged to that sword.
And they were gone.
They were gone. They were just gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, because it wasn't enough to put them into.
And she was also already
full
dead.
Kill. Yeah.
Yeah, like it was double health, full kill. And Kenshi immediately died permanently. Like no way to bring him back whatsoever. Like it would have taken either a wish or a true resurrection.
Yeah, I think Mur was okay because his death was only like 3 days prior because he had died in the Beholder fight.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then the sword absorbed his soul and brought him back, and he came back almost immediately. And then dying here just sent him to the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
And that's how we got our feature later on down the line towards the end of the campaign of Mur showing up.
Yeah. But yeah, that was...
I'm still trying to... You know when like your throat, you can just feel it expanding?
What is your most memorable all-time action spell cantrip that was so devastating or tide turning in a session? I would say that exact thing. The combo of like immediately murdering 2 characters. I would say that is the most memorable.
I know thing. Mine.
The second most for me is the power of friendship. Can you remember exactly which scene I'm talking about?
I know the exact scene.
Barry and the Dracolich.
Yes. Yeah.
Barry's second encounter with the Dracolich. The entire party
Dracolich that was nested in Barry's backstory, and they were like, in the beginning of the campaign, to put into reference, this guy basically bullied Barry, threw him around, stole an artifact from him, and this was like you guys were level 15, and when you first met the Dracolich, you were level like 4 or 5.
Yeah, really low level. We
Yeah.
weren't level 15. I'm pretty sure we were a little bit higher, but
oh yeah, no,
you
we
might have
were
been
close.
higher.
It
way,
was close
way
to the
later
end.
in the campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
way
right,
later
yeah.
in the campaign, close to the end of the campaign, we go looking for the artifact because we need it for something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
So-
expect you to lose it so early.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
It was the it was the wall. It was the thing separating.
It was the barricade.
Um,
It was the barricade. Barry
hell
Arcade.
and-
Yeah. So yeah,
Um,
essentially it was just this really cool moment where everyone was like, "This guy messed you up. We're gonna let you mess him up."
Yeah. Like, I'll haste you, somebody else, elemental weapons, somebody else, freaking.
Yeah.
It is.
It was
the
just
most-
a whole bunch of buffs I've ever
two-turned him.
received.
You two-turned an ancient Dracolich
Mhm.
as a single
By
person.
myself, basically.
Yes.
I
mean, you
that
poured
was
action surge into it each turn, but still, like,
Yeah. Well, also, I think the thing that was very important with that was the context of the scenario. Barry shows up, the Dracolich is like speaking. Barry walks forward, we all stand at the very end of the hall. And like, we full shit talk him a little bit of like, no, we're just here to watch. Fully,
we're just here to watch.
here
We're not
to
going to do
watch.
anything.
We're
Yeah,
not
and
gonna
at
fight.
And he
point of
didn't
the
believe them
campaign-
at first. He
Yeah.
didn't believe them at first. He was like, "No, you guys are going to jump me. This is how this works."
Nope.
And it was like, "No, that's
Yeah.
not how this works."
Like,
This
we
is
pulled out tea,
yeah.
snacks.
Like somebody pulled out like a no, it was Maggie brought a fucking charcuterie board.
And we're just like, no,
yeah.
we're actually just going to watch you get your shit rocked. Because screw you.
It was also a really nice resolution to that story because Barry forgave him by the end of it because he realized why he did it, why he did everything. At the end of it, when the Dracolich was finally passing, Barry and him had just had a straight heart to heart, and Barry forgave him.
Mhm.
Right. So it was just a really nice resolution to that storyline and a really epic way to resolve that storyline that I wouldn't have gotten any other way because 1v1ing an ancient Dracolich by yourself as a fighter.
That's epic.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I was a fighter. Right.
Because it was fully just like, here is every buff in the game that we have.
Yeah, I think
That we
you had
can give
you had
you.
the fly spell. That way you could
Yes.
keep up with it in the air.
Mhm.
You were
Haste.
hasted, so your movement was crazy.
Elemental
Yeah.
weapon, you had, I think
Shield of Faith.
Shield of Faith, so that way you had even more AC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it was just like a whole bunch of buffs.
You had Bardic
that
Inspiration,
were-
you had,
Yep.
it was like, here is them all. We're all concentrating. And we're gonna sit here.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there was also holy weapon.
Hold,
Yeah.
Yeah,
on
it was
there.
holy weapon, not elemental weapon. It was holy weapon.
Mm.
That's really what screwed him over.
Yeah.
Was because it was radiant damage, and each attack was. At that
Assault.
point, I had Fiend's Chill, so that it was. It's. I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
No, it was epic. It was epic to have it. This character that hadn't been seen. I was plotting his moves in the background, keeping track of where he was on the map. There's one point in time where he had a slight interaction with another villain.
Yogan.
And to have him appear at the beginning of the campaign, disappear, and as the campaign went on, you actually learned a little bit more about him. But it wasn't until the very end that you ever saw him again, because he wasn't like an aggressive villain. It was more of an antagonist than anything else.
He wasn't even really a villain or an antagonist. He was just trying to defend the barricade, which was
Yeah.
holding back Tiamat.
Hell. Yeah, just hell.
Hell itself was being held back by this one crystal that was lodged in Barry's chest. He took it from Barry's chest and basically disappeared with it.
Yeah.
Like
he just
it took us having a god child. I don't mean like a god child as in like somebody else's child. No, a
The
god
child of
child.
a god who was a child.
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to
find him.
even find him.
Though they
Yeah.
were also our
Right.
godchild.
Yes. Right. So he disappeared with this thing. right? So it wasn't that he was a villain or even an antagonist, really. It was just he was doing what he thought was right
And to be fair,
with what he was able to do.
Keeping Hell back? Nah. And then, you know,
Oh
there's like
yeah, no. If Hell had come back earlier,
Very different.
Barry's
campaign.
story,
yeah.
very, very different. Barry's story would have done the thing that I always joked about, which is he disappears into the hells for like 8 years, and you guys find him again. And he's standing on top of Baylor corpses, like, "Hey guys, what's up? How you doing?
Music playing.
How's your Tuesday?" Doom music playing in the background. You're like, "What the fuck?"
No, it's not even. He's I almost said a war machine. No, frick. Why can't I think of the name? Nope, not Bastion.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that race?
Warforged?
Warforged. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
was.
a Warforged, so he has a radio in his chest playing Doom music.
Oh, okay.
Multi-classes bard.
Oh, I
Do
know.
you have a?
Yeah, instantly the Lumina Wish spell.
Yeah, that's
Easily the most like, oh, this just brought the entire campaign together. Like it was fully the like most like, you know, yeah, it's a wish spell, and like honestly it's the first time I had ever done one of them before. But like
Yes.
because, like, you know, I've used Wish in one, like, level 21 shots, but I'd used it to mimic spells. This is the first time that I was like, no, I have an idea for a Wish. The second Jacob was like, hey, no, this is actually real. You know, because even in character for a little bit, Lumina thought that this was some kind of illusion or something, but the moment of, like, when the light of Alfheim had left her, and the only light with her that was left was that ring, of like, oh, this is real.
This is
and
it.
It's like,
because I just gone through describing these awful, horrific things happening to everyone, and then
like, oh, this is a mass hallucination. This is a real good major image spell. And I was like, nope. This is it.
This is real.
And the like it was one of those moments that I truly feel like if we had just beat up that lady, because 100% I was like, she's gonna betray us, right? If we had just beaten her up, like, that campaign would not have had the narrative weight that I think about it now. Right? And it's one of those moves where I was like, that made that campaign to me. Where it's like, oh.
I mean, that is honestly, it's sad to say, because Wayfaring Strangers, our home campaign, if you allow me to just briefly go here real quick and look at how many sessions we had, I think it was 156.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm, though.
3 years of sessions.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it was 156 sessions, but it might have been more. Oh, no, never mind. Only 145. Oh, it was only 145 main sessions, but it was 156 between. I did one-on-ones with people sometimes. And there was like a intermediary campaign, like a 4-session story arc that happened with some of the main characters, but not everyone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that all those sessions, but still, Darkness Fading, I think, is my favorite thing I've ever been a part of D&D. Like, just that everything came together.
Yeah, it was truly one of those moments where I was like, this isn't D&D. This is streamed D&D. This holds the narrative weight and the moments that, like, professional people have and that they naturally have in their games. And I'm like, oh, whoa.
That was the moment where I realized, like, because people tell me, like, I have a hard time, like, admitting to myself when I'm good at something. But that was the moment where I kind of realized, like, no, people telling me that I'm a good DM isn't just something that people say. Like, that was the moment I really started having way more confidence in myself as a DM, was when everything came together in that story. I think, honestly, it's not anything I did. I think still that's my most memorable action spell.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even me who did it. I think it was that.
Oh yeah, no. Especially like, so I was basing Osen off of another character that I played in real life in my LARP games.
Yeah.
Right. So Osen, I was much more familiar with Osen on a character level than I even let on. So just hearing all what happened to Osen, right, and then waking up after that spell, she got mollywopped.
Yeah, I do think, though, as far as a character that I did, it wasn't like I was playing a barbarian. His entire thing was that he was a zealot barbarian. Yeah, he was a zealot barbarian who kept getting brought back from the dead to live this epic, heroic destiny. And his clan people basically prophesized a great evil to the world that was going to destroy everything, and buried him in the ground, set to come back X number of years later. Problem is, he overslept. And by the time he wakes back up, he's told that that threat he was supposed to end has long since come and passed, and it's his job to bring life to the Dragonborn people and their tribe, and finds himself working for Tiamat for several years, working for that cult, not really realizing the full extent of everything, until he realizes that he's been lied to, he's been manipulated, and that this is the great evil he's set. He wasn't even convinced that the great evil that he was set to destroy was this. He thought that he had missed out on his heroic destiny, and that campaign was like, he honestly just wanted to die. He'd gone his entire life cutting out connections with those around him, because he was always told that he was being trained from birth to basically live up to this heroic destiny. And since he knew that by the time he was like in his 20s, he was just going to be put in the ground, never see anyone again, he just cut himself off emotionally from everyone. So then and he came in very end of the campaign, because of circumstances, I ended up playing a different character at the end. It was in the final fight with Tiamat, where he's dead, but the zealot barbarian has the rage beyond death. So I was in the rage beyond death. My character had died, but I was still going, and I got the final blow on Tiamat. And being able to describe as she was basically pulled back down to the depths of hell, as his body finally gave up his spirit, as he did live up to that heroic destiny of which he thought that he missed out on, and his soul's finally able to be put to rest. That was to have a how do you want to do this in that moment for that character, and have that weight, just like everything came together, and it was really, really special.
Honestly, that brings to me why I think the let's everyone buff Barry moment was so, like, I don't remember who suggested it, but was such a good idea, because I think one of those things where you have a character in your backstory and you go into a fight with them with your party, there is always that worry in the back of at least my head of, like, someone else is gonna get the kill on this, right? And it's like, it's narratively satisfying in that we defeated the enemy, but, like, it'd be more narratively satisfying if the person who is connected to this character got the kill on the enemy. And just, the way combats could go, it could mean it's impossible for you to, like, move over there and kill them, right?
There's also the fear that your backstory ends up getting another character killed. Somebody not related to your backstory whatsoever gets killed because you brought them into it.
Yeah, because it was like, hey,
Especially-
here's my idea for an enemy, right?
Especially on like a Dracolich fight, like specifically talking about Barry, right? Especially on a Dracolich fight, somebody dying would have been catastrophic because
Well, it was the
They just-
third battle Smokey was in with
With
those guys. It was with a Dracolich, a different Dracolich.
with the
but-
Red Wizards of Thay.
and Smokey
not the Red
got
Wizards of Thay.
insta-killed, like insta-dropped, and then just got
Yep,
sucked
and swallowed.
into them. Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, oh, wow.
Uh,
Man, glad I
that's-
introduced this
yeah.
character.
So that's another like
Then he came back as a
scary
fish.
thought.
Yeah. I will say
With bringing backstory and battles and stuff like that, it's
Mhm.
you don't want to your backstory ending up killing another character's.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will say talking about Smokey,
Mhm.
and the battle mage.
Back to the battle mage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oops.
Holy shit. That
bring it
I
all the
really
way
like
back.
talking about that stuff though. It's things like that really reminds me why I cherish this game as much as I do.
Yeah. No, like truly, this game is one of those things where it's just like, this game's special, right? Like, you can't really get this kind of feeling that you can with any other game medium. I get, like, LARP, but I feel like LARP's in the same vein as D&D,
Yes.
of, like,
If we want to talk about LARP for a second, LARP is kind of in this where you have these stories that you experience and these stories that you fight through. The main difference, I would say, between LARP and D&D or tabletop in general is how active you are in it. With D&D, it's a lot more emotional attachment to everything and stuff like that. But with LARPing, it's an emotional and physical attachment to those characters. It's why so I have two characters that I've played. One of them is basically a wolf-born scavenger, which is basically just animal race, and the other one is just a normal dude in an apocalypse. Normal dude in the apocalypse is my favorite character because he is living in a zombie apocalypse and having to fight through these things. And the thing is, I am having to fight through these things as well as that character. So you feel a little bit deeper of a connection because you are actually that character and having to represent that character in some way or another.
Yeah.
Oh
But-
god,
yeah.
PVC pipe swords.
Oh,
I remember
yeah,
my
no.
first PVC. I didn't have PVC pipe swords. It was PVC pipe lightsabers for me. Yeah.
I remember the first one I had made. It was way too big. It was truly reckless endangerment.
Is
It's
that the Buster Sword?
Yeah, well, it was designed off of Ichigo's Shikai. So it was just basically imagine a big triangle with a little bit of a handle and a rope on the end.
I remember that thing. It hurt.
Yeah. So imagine a sword. So like imagine a high schooler, right? Imagine a sword the size of a high schooler.
Yep.
That was maybe 5, 10, 15 pounds of just pure weight.
It
Because-
was chunky.
Yeah, because it's just thick, like really thick PVC pipe that was way too big
Yep.
for this, with
Yup.
insulation foam and just so much tape.
Yeah. So
I remember one
yeah.
moment you were just turning with it and spinning like
Yep.
a freaking.
Oh, well, that's
Helicopter.
why the rope was on it, was so that I could just...
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Somebody had developed a method that they could stop my swings by suicide kicking it, which is to jump and both feet kick into the blade. Now, the thing is, this stopped my momentum, and like my sword would completely stop, right? You know, he got the perfect parry, but he would also basically jump off of the sword and land with his back/neck into the ground.
I remember this vividly.
Just, dink. And it's like,
Oh my
I don't know which would have been better for you to just if you just let me hit you.
I don't know.
Back to the battle mage.
Yeah.
Bringing it all the way back. Go to
So-
level 3 features.
Yeah, back to like actual class
So-
building
Level
and
Level
5e
1,
mechanics.
soul items. This is a thing that has gone through some changes. But right now it is essentially you have a little bag in your chest, and that bag is as big as your charisma modifier. Right? Because I like the idea of people. Eldritch Knight gets this. Hexblade Warlocks get this of just like being able to summon swords, right? But then there was the logical conclusion of why is it just swords though? And like yeah, you can do a bag of holding and infinitely expand the amount of soul items you can do, sure, right? And there's shenanigans you can do with that. But just the base concept was sword, no sword, sword, no sword. And that was just this is one of those abilities that it's just for the fun of it, and like you wouldn't get moments of battle mages like getting up for the morning and just like encasing themselves with an element and clothes appearing on their body, right? That kind of like flavor of it, of just like that's how they get dressed. But yeah. Also, it's mechanically speaking, it's very much in line to make this a single stat class, so that you don't need strength or dexterity for your weapons. Magic's magic. It's just magic. This right here is the biggest thing of later editions of Battle Mage. Elemental Assault has been here for a while, but this one is just it's your proficiency bonus. That's it. Right? You add 2, you add 5, whatever. Just a couple extra points of elemental damage on your swing. And this is the most balanced I think this ability has ever been. Fighting styles are fighting styles.
Although, note, the newest fighting style in here is the Arcane Warrior, which was taken in reference to the newer fighting styles where paladins could get like some of the cleric stuff, and rangers could get some of the druid stuff. So this is to stay in line with that mechanically.
If you want some cantrips, you can grab those up. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, battle mages do not have cantrips.
They don't.
Also important to note about the spell list.
Yep. ASIs and combat orders, we'll get to those. Or ASIs are normal combat orders. We'll get to those later.
Yeah, those are the subclasses.
And this is this right here is the rest of the class.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Yeah, but it's
Well, it's because that first level you're changing from
and it's upgrading.
Yeah, we're changing from that's just what you're resistant to now
Ignoring resistance.
you ignore
immunity.
resistance. Now you're immune. Now you ignore
Immunity.
immunity.
Yeah.
And the thing that I also like to note is we found that the way it's worded is that the battle mage is cut through their own immunity.
Yes, that is a very important thing. Their ability to cut through immunity is so strong it cuts through their own. So they don't have any special resistance. They have normal resistance, normal immunity, right? Their firepower is better than their defense. But extra attack, for people making classes and stuff, are you a fighter? No? You get 1 extra attack. That's it. This is the thing I've fallen into when making classes of like giving them more, giving them the same as fighter, giving them extra attack 3 but at different levels, where instead of level 11 it's level 15 or 13 or whatever. If you're a martial class, you get 1 extra attack. Don't worry about anything else. If you want them to have something special at level 11, give them something special at level 11.
Just not an extra attack.
Just not extra attack.
Extra attack is fighter. Like
Yeah.
only. I feel like only fighters should get the 4 attacks per turn.
Yeah, that is the only thing they have.
Yeah.
It's the only thing.
Yeah.
Soul safety is... This is what I call the selfish aura of protection. Because it's the same, you add your charisma modifier to saving throws, but instead of it applying to your allies, you get a different ability. Of that, if you were to roll... If soul safety were to boost a death save above 20, it is treated as if it was a 20. Basically meaning, battle mages have, like, a nat 20 range on their death saves of, like, 16 and up, or whatever, depending on their quiz mod. And I feel like that is it doesn't come up as much, but it is a very important thing to put them as the more tanky class that is different than other tankinesses of, like, no, they just get back up. You put them down, and barbarians, you, like, hit them with so much force to kill them, and it's like, they say, no, I'm not going down. Battle mages go down, but their will says they get back up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, like, a flavor into mechanics thing of, like...
And that's where I really like, where you can design a class or subclass where the narrative plays into the class feature. So I think the whole idea of the battle mage being this strong-willed individual, like their drive, is what moves them forward. To have that shown statistically is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like just building class in general.
Spellslinger, so if you read this on paper, you are going to say, hey, isn't the Eldritch Knight ability but at an earlier level? Yes. That's it. It's I think it's 13th level Eldritch Knight ability. Or it might be 15th at 11th level. And this is the thing that puts the synergy of the battle mage of a caster and a martial.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of time before this, battle mages are going to probably be doing mostly buff spells and that kind of stuff, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that's it. But the ability to say, I cast a spell as my action, I smack you as a bonus action. That is a synergy that the other half-casters don't have. Paladins use their spell slots for a different purpose.
Yeah, that is... The only way you can get that is with Eldritch Knight.
Yeah.
Or actually, there is a magic item that lets you attack as a bonus action. It doesn't say when you make the attack action.
Scimitar of Swiftness.
Yes.
William had it. I really like that item.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the only item in the game that lets you kind of have that blend without being an Eldritch Knight. So having another class being able to do that, I think is completely balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it takes away from anything, you know?
Yeah.
I think it just helps make it a
And
more
also,
fluid class.
to be fair, on the Eldritch Knight, it's not even that good of an ability.
Yeah.
Because on the Eldritch Knight, it's like...
It's bonus action attack, which isn't that large of an impact.
Yeah.
Really and truthfully, and it's a spell. And it's a melee attack, right?
Yeah, I think it's with their weapon.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be with their Eldritch weapon.
One attack with a soul weapon.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the way you've worded it, right?
Yeah,
the soul
you
weapon.
have to use a soul weapon.
Yeah.
Or soul,
So you have to use whatever your soul weapon.
Yeah.
So whatever your soul weapon is, whether it's a bow, whether it's a sword, right? So I don't feel like it's too strong either. Like, it's a good feature.
Yeah.
That's
That's
it.
Well, I'm just saying it just helps to make the class more fluid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And really showing
it
that
definitely
blend between magic and martial.
Yeah,
that was really
one of the
does
things
give-
of, like,
It puts the battle in battle mage.
mold spells.
That's what this does.
Is a very simple ability. You get it kind of late, and there's a part of me that wishes it was a little bit earlier, but I don't know how to fit it in, and I think 15th is fine. Of just when you cast the spell, you can change its damage type, and you can do it charisma mod number of times.
It's
Right.
funny because that was actually inspired by a warlock.
Earlier- Mhm.
Well, an earlier thing, but also like the way I had done it, because I made a warlock subclass, which was like draconic heritage, and it was like very much so delving into the elemental of your patron. So this was actually a feature I had fairly early on for that. I haven't touched that much, but I remember that you and I were talking about it. And you're like, oh,
yeah,
you know what?
and
That's a
very
good way to bring
interesting.
that back.
A earlier version of Battle Mage, I had it in an earlier version that every spell you cast is immediately changed to your element. And that holds some problems because essentially it's like on one hand there's the flavor of no, I get my power from my fiery ancestor or whatever. So of course all my spells are fire. But then there's the issue of, well, at higher levels you essentially have true damage on all of your spells. So I think having this of like, because D&D doesn't necessarily have like an innate tie to elementalism with magic, right? Like, dragons can cast any spell they can learn, right? A dragon can learn Tidal Wave if it so chooses. So they choose to learn Fireball if they're a red dragon. And then the level 20 spell is...
It's also a thing about it is there is a little bit of elementalism because dragons do learn their elements easier.
Yeah, they choose.
That's why they take Fireball because that's their thing.
But like
that's why they take like Asgard Scorcher, stuff like that. That's why they take those things because it's more in line with what they're able to do, so they're able to understand it easier. So there is a little bit, right? And there's also elementals. They can learn magic, right? But they tend to try and stick to their element because that's what they are.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of elementalism, but it's not enough
to say you can't, right? There's also tying it to like the sorcerer, right? If you're a draconic soul sorcerer and you have like a brass dragon or something, it's not like you can't learn, Cone of Cold all of a sudden, right?
Yeah.
There is no tie in that class, so why there should
it doesn't turn into basically flaming hands or whatever the spell's called.
Yeah, burning hands.
Right. Burning hands, yes.
Then getting to will spells. So the
Capstone.
entire idea of this is this is an overpowered ability, but it's a level 20 ability, and most level 20 abilities are overpowered, except for the ones that aren't. And those classes, I say, don't play at a level 20.
Yeah, it's so dumb. What is the monk? You get key points
get 4
if you go
key
to combat?
points. Yeah, at the start of combat, you get 4 key points back.
No, if you don't have any key points.
Yeah, if you don't have,
you don't even get 4 key points back at the start of combat. You just get 4 key points.
If you don't have any. And
stupid capstone, especially when you have paladins.
Let's pull this up.
Paladins become demigods, right?
Let's pull this up right now, okay? I have 5e tools open, right?
Classes.
Perfect Self at level 20. When you roll for initiative and you have no key points, 4 key points.
4 key points.
The worst capstone ability.
Right, because if you look at it, like, barbarians get +4 to 2 stats and unlimited rages. Druids become immortal. And
basically,
can cast their spells.
Fighters get 4 attacks.
4! And it's like, that kind of seems like nothing, but then you get into combat and you realize 4 attacks actually does mean something.
Yeah.
That's the only, 4 attacks. When I got 4 attacks on Barry, it got so much worse for anything Jacob threw at us. Because for a long time, what would happen was the way I played Barry was a little bit of ad clear. Every turn, I was guaranteed to kill 1.5 things. I got 4 attacks, and I killed 2 things every turn.
Yeah.
Right. So it's just it doesn't seem that large, but
it is
applying
double what
it
everyone else
in combat. Yeah, applying it in combat just makes it so much better. Paladins get their random
I become
whatever
for
their oath is,
or I'm super awesome for an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, will spells is a very strong feature. So the first thing is it denotes all of your first level spells as will spells. Then you get some bonuses for them. You don't have to spend first level. When you cast a will spell, you don't need to spend a spell slot. So you now essentially have infinite first level spells. That's real strong if you chose shield,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Or
essentially
absorb elements.
Or absorb element. Oh yeah, right. And it's like, oh, so essentially you have infinite uses. Your AC is always +5 or whatever, right?
Yep. Or you always take half damage from elements,
Yeah.
no matter what the element is.
A will spell that has its damage replaced, so you don't need to use mold spells on your low level stuff. But the very important thing is for giving you, so in a mechanics perspective, right, you don't need to use first level spell slots. Why would I? The final ability of this gives use to your first level spell slots again, in that if you use a spell slot to cast a will spell, Spellslinger does 2 attacks as your bonus action instead of 1. Right?
That's real nice,
So,
actually.
you know, if you have, I don't know, not Firebolt, I'm trying to think of a ranged spell. Like Inflict Wounds or whatever, right? So you inflict wounds.
Guiding Bolt.
Yeah, or Guiding Bolt, alright? You know, you cast a big damage spell with a first level spell slot, and then you slash, and it's like, that's really strong. And just even the level of like, you know, stuff like jump and long strider and stuff like that. The ability to cast those things in mid combat with 0 downside, because you can still use extra attack essentially, is like, oh, that gives use to those spells. But like, yeah, no, will spells is a very strong feature.
We were talking about 20th level abilities, and I'm kind of just going through the classes, looking at their 20th level abilities. Sorcerer is so much better than Monk, but it's the same kind of premise. At 20th level, you gain 4 expended sorcery points whenever you finish a short rest.
Well, do you know why it's like that? Because monks get their key points back on a short rest, whereas sorcerers don't get their sorcery points.
They have to get there on a long rest, right? But it's like all they would have to do to make the monk feature better is just remove the no key points.
Yeah. If you regain
if
back
you enter
up
combat,
to 4
you
key
regain
points.
4.
Or
yeah,
you'd word it
just
as up to 4 key points.
Yeah, like remove the no key points, and that just makes that so much better all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, because then essentially every combat you can spend 4 key points without having to worry about it because you know you'll get them back.
Correct, right? And it's also another thing of, well, right? Like if you really good capstone, make it every kill. You get back a D4 of key points.
It's just like something.
Every time you kill a creature, you get a D4 key points back.
Oh no, I've made
that is
points.
Yeah. Where you get them back, yeah.
That'd be like the idea of like, because I was watching family movie night last night. We watched Kung Fu Panda 3, because I love those movies, and so when it's
I've watched all 3 of them in a row a couple
yeah.
months ago.
But just like you have Kai who can take chi, and so having that, I always thought that would be a fun monk ability, but I never knew how to balance it because it would be very strong.
I had made it a subclass feature because I had made a subclass a while ago that uses a lot of key points, and to balance that later, they get an ability where you just get 1 back on a kill.
Yeah, I remember that. But like having that as a capstone where like you are a master of ki, you know how to take other people's ki, infuse it into yourself, and deal it back out. I think that would actually be a really good change to Monk.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily a D4 Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 1. I don't know what it is.
Wisdom
The
mod,
The exact
gun
numbers are
damage.
unknown,
Yeah,
but
some
just
way.
some way to regain ki
Well, honestly, I think
in
that's the
combat.
biggest problem with the monk system. Why monk has so much more of a problem with key points than sorcerers have with sorcery points is that monks go through key points so quickly, and that's it.
Sorcerers can swap out their spells.
Yeah, sorcerers have the ability to recharge sorcery points. Monks don't. No monk does. So it's like there isn't. The issue I have with monk, and we'll get to it when we look at the playtest, monk will consistently gas out in 4 turns.
Yep.
Right? And that's
If
a
you
level
full
20
burn,
monk.
Yeah, like full burn monk. Like you're doing everything you can. Like flurry of blows, like stunning strike.
You know what? It's funny because the monk. I just heard. I'm sorry. I'm a huge Overwatch fan. I heard someone make a comment about how Doomfist is such a hard character to play because you have to be so good to do the same thing everyone else is doing. A monk, you need to do what everyone else is doing, which is not gas out halfway through combat. You need to manage your resources so carefully. But like a sorcerer or a cleric or a bard can just keep throwing stuff out constantly.
But also, if you think about those resources, the way monk is balanced is that using those resources makes them as damaging as the fighter. Or less damaging than the fight, right? They have to expend resources to be as competitive as other classes. Meaning, to be conservative and not gas out.
Expending any resources to do what they're doing.
Right, the barbarian... you say the barbarian has limited rages, but it's like, what? The barbarian uses one rage at the start of combat, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Very rarely have I ever seen a barbarian use more than 2 rages in a combat, and that's like if they get stunned or something.
Yeah.
I, as Izukon, might spend more, but the only reason I would is because I want to change what form I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's it. If I wasn't changing what form I chose, I wouldn't re-rage.
If it didn't cause you a use of it to switch from claws to tail, like...
Or claws to bite if I get below half, right? Like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, and it's like...
Because there's no reason to.
Yeah, and I think the sorcerer comparison is so apt because the sorcery points and key points, they're the exact same amount. But sorcerers have... Not only do they have sorcery points, they have spell slots. And even ignoring the fact that you can convert them between each other, spell slot, like... Even spending 2 spells a turn, right? Every single turn you reaction and main action cast a spell. It would still take 10 plus turns to go out, to like completely burn out. Right? And
a solid combat.
Right? Like that's you're level 20, that's your full combat, right? Whereas the monk can gas out at level turn 3. And it's like, Oh, okay.
And then for the rest of combat, every single turn is, I guess,
I'll move and punch 3 times.
And it's not even like their punches are doing anything anymore.
Yeah. Their punches are less effective than anyone else's. There is no chance of stun or anything like that.
It also doesn't help, right, that like all the other classes have dozens of items that can make them so much better, right?
Yeah.
Monk?
2 now.
2. Yeah, 2. 2 items.
And one of them was introduced in a dragon book.
Yeah, right? The dragon sash.
Yeah.
The one that is a key point one. I don't know exactly.
It just ups your saves.
Oh, it ups your saves? That's it? Wow.
Basic item that every person who has saves has. The monk finally has.
Yeah, it's what all spellcasters have had for years.
Yep. Just every single person.
Monk and ranger, man, they just get shit on. Like, there's no other way to say it.
Well, it's
which is really sad because, like I said, I like the idea.
I love rangers. Like,
Well,
truly, I am playing a character whose name is Strider.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason I really like the Shadow Monk, because out of any other monk, it has more class features which aren't reliant,
On
or
key
subclass
points.
features
On
that aren't
key.
reliant on key points. You can just do stuff, which is really
And the
cool and,
thing is-
refreshing
oh,
for the
God.
monk.
Oh god. And just okay, so thinking about the monk sorcerer comparison, shadow sorcerer, that's fucking amazing.
Mhm.
Do you know what shadow sorcerer can do at 14th level? 120 feet through shadows at any point. No
Yeah.
limit. 120 feet.
Mhm.
Bam.
Yeah, I think Shadow Monk is maybe 60.
Yeah, Shadow Monk is
Right.
60. Yeah.
Yeah, just still good, and they get that
Just
at
still good.
6th level.
6.
Like that's a really good 6th level ability.
Like, let me just double check to make sure I'm not spouting
Yeah,
bullshit.
I think it's 120.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's
that's
120.
I think that's really why Shadow Sorcerer is my favorite.
Or Shadow Monk.
Shadow Monk, yeah. Because out of all the other monks, like you can actually do stuff. Ascendant Dragon, I think, does kind of fix this problem by letting you change some elemental, like elemental damage.
Mhm.
But
At the
still,
very least, you can like swap it up mid combat, but also truly,
Yeah.
and this is a problem of D&D innately, but like, in some ways, why would I change up my elements mid combat unless the DM has given me a reason to?
yeah,
Right, and it's really hard for a DM to give a reason to if you're, per se, running a module, or the DM isn't as experienced to like give a creature multiple forms where they have different resistances and immunities at each step, and like even that is a lot to ask of a DM to like hyper cater to their monk to give them something to do, only for them to be like, okay, I figured out the damage resistance, now I'm only doing this until they drop.
yeah.
Right. But yeah, it's... The monk is so sad.
It's I love the idea. It's just there's a lot of things about this game that mechanically could be so much better.
Yeah.
So talking about subclasses and making a good subclass and why it's important to have some unique identity, which isn't totally reliant on these resources that are going to run out. Let's talk about Battle Mage subclasses.
So, the Battle Mage has two subclasses, the Beacon and the Reaver. And this is Mark 20 Battle Mage, to be specific. Battle Mage has had a lot of different subclasses with different themes.
I think
So-
it's the subclasses that have changed more than anything else.
Yeah, that's fair. So the theming with the Beacon and the Reaver is how you aim to inflict combat. The Beacon is a person who wants to draw attention onto themselves and draw and help their allies. Whereas the Reaver is a kind of person who just wants to be strong and kill. So the Beacon, the way you get two abilities at first level, or at third level, sorry. One, I would say, is just Twilight Cleric, but it's not. I've changed it significantly to make it easier on everyone. So the way Soul Recuperation works is it's an action to activate it. When you activate it, and at the start of each of your turns, every creature within 30 feet of you of your choice gains temp HP equal to your level plus your charisma modifier. So there's very key things that are changed from Twilight Cleric, right? A, it doesn't use a dice, so it doesn't take up as much time to be like, oh, let me roll a dice and tell you what
Especially when it's a D6, so it's not
Yeah.
changing by much.
Yeah, there is a 5-point swing there, right?
Yeah.
And it is at the start of the Battle Mage's turn, not the end of each creature's turn. Because with a Twilight Cleric, I play one in a home game. That gets real annoying real quick to be like, hey, did you remember to take your temp HP? Hey, did you take your temp HP? Hey, did you take your temp HP? Every single turn. This is one of those things where it's less a game design balance-wise and more a game design, a mechanic to make lives easier. Because, oh my lord, Twilight Cleric, you're strong, but whew.
Annoying.
Whew. Then Distracting Strike. Super simple ability. It's 10 words.
Yeah, this is similar to the Barbarian Ancestral Spirit.
Yeah.
Ancestral Guardian 3rd level ability.
Except that it's a little... It's not weaker, it's weaker in different ways and stronger in only one. So this is the first creature you hit on your turn has disadvantage on attack rolls till the start of your next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, it is weaker in that Ancestral Guardian gives resistance if that creature decides to hit anyone else, and this doesn't. But it is stronger in the aspect that you get to benefit from that disadvantage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So just trying to make it different from Ancestral Guardian. Shielding Soul is, hey, your allies get your soul damage, resistance, and immunities. And that's a very, very simple thing to go that, like, your soul, your aura that you emanate, is you. It is that, like, for in the case, so this is what Havoc is, right? It is the energy that you put off, so you're helping your allies not take fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. A lot of battle mages end up being fire. But that's just my natural inclinations. Because
I'm playing a battle mage, and it's also fire.
Yeah. That's because fire is a good element.
It's
And, like,
yeah.
the entire reason why it cuts through immunity is so that way you can have a poison battle mage.
Yeah, because that's also another thing to note is like that feature is important because if you choose, I wanna play like this poison battle mage, you are putting yourself at a huge disadvantage for the entire campaign,
yep.
if not for this feature.
Yep.
Because poison is the most resistant damage type in the game, I think, followed by fire and then cold.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's fire and cold. And then, right, then that means there is a best damage type to choose. Then that means battle mages should... There is no reason you shouldn't be radiant. Always. Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. And it's like...
Force.
Well, yeah.
I don't
you
think
can't be force. You can't be force or psychic. Yeah, well, it's because it's elementalism, right? And also because force is real strong, and so is psychic.
Yeah.
There's like... there's a less than 10 monsters throughout the entire books that are resistant to force.
Yep. And there is some
as compared to poison, where you're more likely to find a monster that is resistant to poison than you are a monster that doesn't.
Just straight out immune.
Yeah. You're more likely to find that than you are.
Once you get to
vulnerable.
Once you get to a certain tier of play, every creature is either immune or resistant to poison damage. With the exceptions being dragons. Right. Quickened Soul is a very important feature, I think, though it is kind of simple. It is just an increase to the 3rd level abilities. Basically, the first turn of combat, if you're not surprised, I don't explicitly say it, but rules mechanics means that this is the case. You can activate soul recuperation without an action if it's the first thing you do. Right? So it truly is just like, you've hit halfway through the campaign, your first action doesn't have to be soul recuperation. Because in most cases, a battle mage who has soul recuperation is gonna use soul recuperation as their first thing. And then also, the Distracting Strike now gives disadvantage on saving throws as well as disadvantage on attack rolls. So this is now, hey, I hit somebody, and now my ally spellcasters are gonna start casting spells on them and shit. Further going to be, this is the more supporty tank. Cleanse Body is just a riff on the 14th level paladin ability, cleanse touch. Except it's basically just dispel magic. Immortal Soul is a cool ability. It basically makes everyone half orcs. So while everybody is in your soul recuperation, first time they go down, they don't. As it, just everybody's half orc.
Nice. And then the Reaver, you said this is the kill.
Yeah, and then the Reaver is, I'm a tank, but I like to smash.
Yeah, and I'm actually playing the Reaver in a game that Seth and I are in with a friend. A friend of ours is running it. So I'm a multi-class swords bard,
Reaver.
battle mage Reaver.
Yeah.
But still, it's interesting. I'm only 3rd level, but I think it's a well-designed subclass.
So One Blade, Two Strikes is the first ability you get. It's very similar. It's an action to activate. But this just says your damage when you hit, deal an extra d4 soul damage. Right? So this actually calls back to earlier versions of Battle Mage. Earlier versions of Battle Mage used to do this naturally. They had a d4 that would increase to a d6, d8, d10, d12. Whereas this only increases to a d8 and it takes something to activate. And of course, the limits of like minutes and stuff like that. But just you do more damage. 3rd level as well, you get Godspeed. Very similar to like the Swashbuckler Rogue, or the Mobile feat. You hit somebody, they don't take opportunity attacks against you, and you can run away. 7th level, you get the ability Deflection. When you activate One Blade, Two Strikes, this is an increase to this. Choose one ability score. You have evasion in that ability score. So the thing about this, right, is that I wanted the Reaver to have some kind of defensive abilities, but again, in line with like, I'm blanking on the name, with soul safety,
It's more selfish.
Yeah, is selfish, right? Because the Reaver is the like, I just get in there and kill. But I also wanted it to be more interesting than just evasion that's activated by One Blade, Two Strikes. Or just evasion in general, right? Because rogues and monks get evasion at 7th level. So you get a temporary evasion to a chosen ability score. So if you're going up against wizards, right? Obviously, I'll choose Dex or whatever, or dragons, right? But if a Reaver's going up against, say, Mind Flayers, they're going to choose Intelligence. And now all of a sudden their Psychic Scream that would, like, absolutely destroy you with damage, now it's not. So it's that way to give survivability in a method that is trying to be unique.
Yeah, and again, I think that really calls focus into, like, that willpower. Of just like really hyper focusing on that one thing that you're not going to let go through.
Hunter, very similar action. First thing you do, you can activate it. Because it would get really annoying when you're at like level 12 and it's okay. Same thing as always. Turn 1, activate One Blade, Two Strikes. Like a lot. Honestly, Jacob, you do this where it's like, hey, do I have time before combat to activate this? And everyone's just like, yeah, you do, because like mechanics wise, you need it to be an action or at least a bonus. You need it to cost something for a while, because if it didn't, that'd be bad. But like in practice wise, everyone will just ignore it eventually. So why not put it in the rules?
Yeah.
And then increase your speed, because I think the thing about the Reaver is being this like more nimble, like they're just like this aggressive
Especially with
force.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
Especially with Godspeed. Throwing in Godspeed makes it really like you're trying to dash around the fight
Yeah.
The
Right.
way I play my character, who's the Reaver, her name's Sarah, and she's basically a fire dancer that spins around in a circle quickly, just decapitating people. It's just like her
Yeah,
go-to.
you always decapitate people.
Yeah, it's her go-to. She doesn't know what else to do.
Mhm.
I mean, it gets rid of them.
Yeah,
As long as they're
yeah.
not headless,
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
But like,
But
yeah, I feel like with it doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but with the beacon, it's a lot more like solidarity. I'm kind of sticking to one centralized location and not necessarily moving too much. Whereas the Reaver is this hyper aggressive force that's bouncing around where they are needed.
Mhm.
And
I think having played the Reaver, it definitely reflects in actual gameplay. Like that's how I play it. So I think it's built well with that being the objective.
And to continue on with this, at 14th level, you can fly. Just more mobility. Also, very specifically, it does give you the ability to hover.
That's but that comes with the fly speed, right? So you don't really need
not
to.
necessarily. You
Not
have to very
necessarily.
explicitly say
That's
that.
right, because sometimes fly speeds are just
I'm
movements,
flapping
not
my
like
rank, yeah.
yeah.
So
okay.
basically, in the mechanics of the rules, if it does not explicitly say it has hover, you have to move with that fly speed on your turn to not start falling.
Yep.
And if you move at least half your movement speed, half the fly speed's movement speed, you will not fall.
Yep.
But with hover means you can stand still, and if you are knocked prone, you are knocked prone in that spot and don't immediately fall to the ground. And then Million Blades. This is the only break to the rule of make multiple attacks, because it's at 18th level. One blade, 2 strikes active, 3 attacks. This is the boy who just smashes. And that's it. It's just the Reaver is your strong, as base battle mage is, right? A little bit more so, but you are just like this just big meanie who's just running around, finds somebody and saying, "No, you're dead. You're not. Okay, I'm running to the next person anyway to give somebody advantage or whatever, right? To flank."
Yeah. So yeah, Mark 20.
That's the base battle mage.
Yeah.
And I'm also realizing, we're at 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, we are not getting through all 20.
So I think we should take a break, and when we come back, we will discuss just on general ideas some stuff that I think without actually like showing stuff, and then just talk about
talking about D&D 1.
The subclasses that Jacob likes, and then D&D 1.
Yeah, I do want to get to like some of the earlier versions because there are some things just about like learning the balance stuff.
Yeah.
We can hit some specific earlier versions.
Actually, I think we'll start with the subclasses and then talk about some balance things, because I feel like, just as a little peek behind the curtain, these subclasses they still work with Battle Mage 20. You don't have to like not do that. Yeah.
Battle Mage 20 is such a different direction compared to the direction you were going up to that point, and I really I mean, I'm playing a Reaver, in one of our games, but like I don't love it. Like compared to like some of the other stuff, I really like the direction you were going previously. So we'll talk more about that in a few minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll be back in 15.
All right, and we are back. So I think where we left off. Here I sound like I'm bringing this back into a session.
Into the game, yeah.
We're about to look at the earliest version of the Battle Mage, right?
We were just gonna look at the Mark 17 subclasses, I believe.
Oh, the ones that I like.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Burying the lead a little bit on that.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
So I had been referencing earlier that I really liked other subclasses or like a different part of it more that was drastically changed. It's what we're about to look at now. So prior to Mark 18, the Battle Mage subclasses, instead of these like the
Kind of fighting stance style
Yeah.
things, that the like martial element of your soul.
Yeah, this was tied more closely to the sorcerer and having like these origins,
lineages, these where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
And
which I really just like these more, honestly.
Before we start, do you know the real reason why this changed from 17 to 18?
Why?
It is because I could not figure out a way to make I could not figure out an animal to pick for the beacon.
Turtle.
I kind of sitting here. That is why truly realizing that's the biggest reason for the jump. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was kind of dissatisfied with these subclasses in some ways. There was a little bit of things where I was like, yeah. But truly I was like, hey, I'm gonna make something based off of the Twilight Cleric, because I really like that ability. And then went, what creature type is this? I don't know. It's not a creature type.
Yeah, so kind of getting into these, we spent a lot of time going through the Battle Mage, but for the Draconic lineage, a lot of it has to do with a roar. And so you get this roar that you can use to frighten creatures around you. You get a reaction attack similar to that Matt Mercer revamped Dragonborn that he had made.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's built into the class or the subclass. You get a boost to that roar, you get wings, and then you get fire breath at max level. Were you going to add on?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, so the core of this truly was making a Dragonborn. If a Dragonborn picked a Battle Mage and wanted to be like Dragon Soul, I mean, obviously you don't have to, right? Right, you could be like a Giant Soul and be a Dragonborn and be like this weird hodgepodge, right? And then pick an element that doesn't even connect to this. But being just a better Dragonborn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, getting wings, having this roar that is just like, you know, similar to Frightful Presence that dragons get, but kind of different. And yeah, ending out with just a big old breath weapon.
Yeah. Then we've got Giant Soul, which I would I would look at the Rune Knight and that main third level ability as like one of pretty much what this is, although I'd say it's a little bit this is a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a little tankier.
Of course, you're not getting those runes, so I think it balances out.
Obviously, you know, you're getting large, better reach, better strength saves and stuff like that. But the main thing about this is a continual getting just a very small amount of temp HP every single turn, just for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, getting better. Mirage of Strength was a very fun thing, because it wasn't just for strength, even though it's called Mirage of Strength, but just the ability to, hey, I'm gonna reroll this ability check. Obviously, making your weapons bigger, getting bigger, and all of that stuff. More health, more. Just the giant was just about, you are big. You're a big boy. and trying to make it that. Angelic birth, obviously birth from an angel, you know, there's some, you know, would be classic for like an ASMR to play this one, though you don't necessarily have to, right? But this one is all about healing and protecting your allies in a similar way to the beacon is, but different.
And this is where I'm like, if you really wanted to, if that was the only thing keeping you back, I think you could have modified Angelic Birth to take that.
I think the issue is I do like Angelic Birth, though. This is one of the ones that I really like the features for.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Angelic Birth, right, and with the Battle Mage and the way, like, lore-wise it's working, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having angel blood in you makes you, or celestial blood in you, makes you ASMR.
Yeah.
Like, hands down, no matter what, you having the blood of a celestial makes you an ASMR in some way, right? It's same to having the blood of a fiend or a devil in you makes you a tiefling.
Well, I think the idea
this
of
is just
that is
going
that
to be more pronounced.
This is how it pronounces in you instead, right? I think the
Correct.
idea
I'm talking about like playing other races alongside right?
No. I think being like I'm a orc and you're an
I'm an orc angelic soul.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It automatically makes you an ASMR, and that's the thing about the angelic soul.
So
and the infernal soul.
I've had God of War on my mind recently since Ragnarok came out. Seeing Flight of the Valkyries, I every time I've seen Angelic Birth, it's always been radiant. But now I'm just thinking like, just like different just thinking of different elemental angels that you could have.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I really like about these subclasses is because it's like, what if I have a cold angel? They come from like, and if you want to go off of like or from Niflheim
or Niflheim,
or from the Frostfell or from one of the layers of hell that's like, I don't know, maybe they were an angel that were trapped there for centuries and they've broken free.
Or they're just they're one of the fallen angels that live in hell. Right?
Yeah.
And you make up a new thing. But I think truly the thing that I do really, really like about this concept, and this concept existed for a very long time in the Battle Mage, was the idea of doing weird elemental combinations, right? I mean, we saw with Fizbins, but like the gem dragons and getting those kinds of stuff. But like, I love the idea of like a fire angel, right? This angel is literally just God's wrath as a creature and came down and like fucked. And then all of a sudden they got a kid. But also a thing about Battle Mage is I think
it'd be that kid's kid.
Yeah. Well,
the Battle Mage would be that kid's kid.
The thing about the Battle Mage is that there is a little bit more of a direct link, where I think one of the ideas of it is this is how you play. If you want to play a half dragon, right, where your dad is a dragon, you play a Draconic Soul Battle Mage, play human or whatever, right? And then the dragon abilities is how that came out, and it's because weird magic stuff that you don't normally have scales and wings. Right? Or you say
like
scale and stuff like that.
Sorcerer, that might manifest as it's just like, dragons are innately magical in the D&D universe, so like that's empowering your spells. But Battle Mage is more so physical empowerment because of that lineage. Yeah. And the spells are kind of an afterthought. They're still there. But that's what I really, really do like about these subclasses that have been designed over the years.
Healing Grace is a very fun feature, just giving the Battle Mage a bonus action to use that it isn't a spell or later an attack to just say, heal somebody a bunch of HP. Protection from above is a great reaction that I like because it's shield, but it's for your allies, right? And I like things like that where it's like you can, what am I thinking of? Abjuration Wizard with the ability to like reaction, reduce damage and stuff like that. It is very fun to have a character who can just, you help your allies not take hits.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this is actually a weaker ability of this, but was added as a feat in Fizbin's more recently than when this was created.
Fruits of your labor just heal when you bonus it. You also heal yourself.
Kind
Flight
of some life cleric in there.
Yeah, throw some life cleric. Flight of the Valkyries is just you can fly. A lot of the 14th level ones are some variant of you can fly or some movement based thing. Because 14th level is kind of the general. That's where sorcerer gets a lot of movement based abilities. So I kind of use that as the frame of reference. And for a lot of these ones, demons, angels, dragons, they all have wings, so they all get fly speeds.
Yeah.
And heroes never die, for all you Overwatch fans. It's just Mercy's original ability. So the thing about this is a strong ability, but not really that much, because people don't normally die in this game. But it is a mass resurrection. So, basically, because there's abilities in this game, kind of like mass heal and stuff, where it is, hey, we took a lower level spell, and the high level version of it is just it affects multiple people, and there really isn't that for Revivify. So that's what it's just mass Revivify. Though you get way more HP.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where I'm like, if a DM looks at this ability, you're high level, you have this epic encounter. This is where, as a DM,
you make the decision to purposely not kill the battle mage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just so that you can have that narrative beat where it's just the battle mages are all alone, and then they bring all their dead friends back up, and you have this incredibly powerful emotional moment, and I don't want to say manipulate that into happen, but you guide that moment to happening.
The battle mage naturally guides something that into happening by just the battle mage being tanky. Right? So that in and of itself, the DM doesn't necessarily need to try, but they can try less. Right? Target the battle mage with one less melee attack, and there you go. You're already on the way there to the battle mage being the last one standing.
Yeah, I think, but it's abilities like this which I think are really cool, and they're not going to come up much, but they're like this epic high level ability that are going to be a huge narrative beat when they get pulled out. Which I really do like.
I will say, Angelic Birth is my favorite of these subclasses.
That's why I thought Raphael, when we were talking about favorite characters, I thought it might have been Raphael because he was
one
Angelic
of these.
Birth.
Yeah.
I'm going to post this in our Discord for us, but this is kind of what I think of when we talk about Heroes Never Die. It's a WoW cinematic.
Oh, okay.
And you haven't seen it, obviously,
No.
but in it, one of the characters is basically the only one left standing, and calls upon the light, and in a certain area, all of his allies stand back up. He's the only one left standing, so it's quite literally what I think of when I think of Heroes Never Die is this.
But also, one very important thing, especially if you look at the 17th Battle Mage, these are the exact same levels as previous versions.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you can still use them. I could just copy-paste them onto Battle Mage 20 right now. I
think you should. I think these
I think you should.
are better.
I think
it's not even just that. It's
I think specifically Draconic Lineage and Giant Soul need a little bit of work. Those were the ones that I think do need work.
And those are actually two that I took the liberty of modifying. And I actually have my own list of
versions of them.
The battle mage. Yeah, and I actually made two of my own subclasses. One of which I think the version I'll share has undergone some changes. But yeah.
The Demonic Heritage doesn't necessarily be... I probably should call it the Fiendish Heritage, but... The one where you're not an angel, but you're from an outer-planar person. Right? So this one is all about charming people and just literally being a devil, right? So it gets an ability very similar to Glamour Bird.
Yes.
Where you can like loosely command people, but it doesn't necessarily like directly like it's not like Gias or suggestion. It's much more like, hey, do you want to come back with me? Right? And they're like, okay, sure. I don't really see why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
You person very clearly holding a knife that you're pouring a bottle that says poison onto. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like charm person is like such a hard ability, like such a hard spell because
if you make it too like if you give it all of the narrative significance that charming somebody should have, right? It is the most powerful thing in the game because it's like, oh well, I charm the enemy and now hey, we're buds now. Dap me up, bro. Right? But if you don't give it any narrative significance at all, right? Any more weight than it normally should have, like mechanically, then all of a sudden it doesn't really do all that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one also gives you Devil's Sight. This one's very interesting because it's a one that gives you the ability to add elemental salt die to your damage rolls for spells, which is something that no other battle mage gets. Infernal Constitution's just you're straight up a demon. Condition immunities. Infernal Step is essentially the Monk Shadow Step, but at 14th level. Except because it's not the because you get in it so late and it's not 120 feet like the Shadow Soul Sorcerer. It has a little thing where it creates an explosion of your element. So you can like pop around and bam bam shoot people with like little bits of damage. And then Return from the Nine Hells is just when you go down, you fucking explode. And then you come back.
Yeah.
And then there was one I never wrote, which was Aberrant Origin. Which honestly, I should write.
Yeah. Seth, I shared with you a document.
Oh, I mean, Jacob, you can just share your screen.
Oh, you're freaking right, I can. Oh my gosh, I'm so good at this.
Because I can just stop sharing.
I definitely know how all this streaming thing works. Don't pay mind. You know what? I'm gonna. So people don't see how many tabs I have. I'm just gonna drag this out. So now no one can see how many tabs I have, because it's too many. Okay. So I modified.
Oh, so be sure to zoom in a little bit.
Oh yes. So I did modify. Now this is some homebrews I had. Some I had written. Some I modified. Some I dragged over for my home game for people to choose. I'm just like, hey, this is what I'm allowing. So this is Battle Mage Mark 17. As far as all the class features, everything here. So this is all familiar territory. All this is the same. And then we get to Angelic Birth. There are some changes here. So first of all, I added some bonus proficiencies. I don't think they had bonus proficiencies.
No.
Yeah, I gave them heavy armor and then also proficiency with religion or history. Just to like give them a little bit more outside of combat, which I thought would be helpful. And then also the battle mage, like,
it doesn't really.
You don't necessarily need heavy armor. Like you can go without it, but it's just like I guess another option.
Well, because this was also made with a version of Battle Mage that still had armor proficiencies.
That's true. Yeah.
So it still had light and medium armor proficiency and shields. if I was importing this into Battle Mage 20 or a possible Battle Mage 21, most likely what I would make is instead of heavy armor, I'd probably make it shield proficiencies. As a thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, this is mostly the same. Protection from above, fruits of labor.
Fruits of labor is you power it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think when you heal a creature using a spell slot, you may add your proficiency bonus to the amount healed. Then these are the same. So Seth's complaint and why he was trying to switch, because I designed these when Seth was trying to switch from Mark 17 to Mark 18, where he was completely kind of removing these subclasses, because there were issues of like power compared to some of the other things, and also just like some small general things. So I wanted to give him like a few small things that just kind of overall helped. Draconic lineage
changed a lot.
Changed a lot.
The Draconic Shout is not a good ability.
No, it's not. Smokey had that, and it very rarely ever worked or was helpful. So
a lot
instead,
of people are immune to frightened in this game.
Yeah. So instead,
it's a similar thing for poison, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have resistance to poison damage. There's a lot of things that have resistance to being frightened.
Yeah.
Or just flat out. Nope.
Or just can't be.
Yeah.
Especially if it's an interplanetary or plane game. A lot of those things have immunity to being feared.
Yeah, which is why I took that 18th level ability and I gave the you can do the fear, or similar to how the Dragonborn works, right? Where they've actually, I think in the most recent one, you have 2 choices for each breath weapon.
Yeah.
And this is kind of similar to and this is similar to say a metallic dragon, where you have 2 different breath weapons. This is one is a fear, and then the other is a cone or line, which is going to be damage that is going to scale with you.
Yeah.
And this is just flat damage, so this is equal to level plus charisma mod. And you can use Draconic Might in this way once per long rest, or until you use a spell slot of first level or higher to recharge it. Vengeful Strikes is the same. Frightful Roar is the same, although we increased that breath attack. Draconic Wings is the same.
Yeah.
And then Breath of the Beast, I had to change to make up for the fact that we're giving that breath attack earlier on. So now it's a 60-foot or 120-foot line, which is the size of I think of an adult dragon.
Increase the damage by your level instead of just 86.
Yeah. And I think, and this is this is actually a secondary breath weapon. So this doesn't actually. This is.
It's another.
I think I had a hard time.
So,
yeah,
it is a different thing. This requires
probably
third level spell slots to come back.
Yeah, this is probably a little clunky and should be modified, but I was trying to find a way to make up for the issues that we were having with
I think
the Draconic subclass.
Just to fully spitball ideas right now, the way I would do this, right, is that the 18th level ability is when you use two things. Your Draconic Might is always counted as a will spell. Mm-hmm. If you use a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you add a number of d6 equal to the spell slot. Mm-hmm. Because Draconic Might has the ability, if you use a 1st level spell slot, to do whatchamacallit. I might just make it if you use a 1st level spell slot. Mm-hmm. It does an extra d6, up to 5d6 with a 5th level.
Yeah, that might be a good thing.
And then just a general increase to range and whatchamacallit again, and that's kind of how it would go.
Yeah. But I think the biggest issue with Smokey is that roar was useless.
Yeah, I just
Vengeful Strikes came up fairly regularly.
Yeah, because
but it was
if
like
you have a
for you-
reaction, smack.
Yeah, but for you, it was a choice between am I going to shield and have crazy high AC just because of magic items,
Or will I
or-
smack them?
yeah. Dryatic Dynasty is one that I had made, and this was to kind of combine primordial spirits of nature with the battle mage. So it rather than like the druid where like you're focusing on nature, you're in tune with it, or ranger like you study the land, you know its ancient magics. This is like you're born to some sort of natural entity.
Like, yeah,
and it's a
pixies
part
used to
of
live
you.
in your house.
Yeah. So I'll go over all this because this is I completely made this. You become proficient in nature, animal handling, survival, perception, just extra proficiencies here. You learn 2 druid cantrips as well as 2 first level druid spells, and they count as battle mage spells for you. And then whenever you learn a battle mage spell, you may instead choose a spell from the druid or battle mage spell list. And when you exchange a spell, you may choose from either list. So basically, this just kind of opens it up so that you can have a battle mage that's a little more, that's just different. And this is something similar to what the Divine Soul Sorcerer does with clerics, but just with druids.
Through the druid spell list, yeah.
Tree Stride. I thought this is just a fun ability. I gave them 2 because Tree Stride I think is situational, and it's up to your DM putting things up in your terrain that allow you to interact with the world. Yeah. So it's a once per round. You can step into one living tree within your reach and emerge from a second within 60 feet. And they must be size large to do so. And that's just something you can do. The other 6th level ability is you may add your charisma mod to all wisdom checks and may add your wisdom modifier to all charisma checks. So this is like an improved version of the Feywild Ranger. Now the Feywild Ranger gets that ability at 3rd level.
Yeah.
This might be a little strong. It might just be one or the other.
Yeah, if I was making this class, I probably would just be add your charisma modifier to wisdom checks and just end it there. Since
that's
you're also
honestly
giving
fair.
it Tree Stride.
And this is from a good time ago, and I'm not nearly as proficient as Seth at making this kind of stuff.
There's a reason why I'm putting in my input.
Yes. Swift-footed is an increase in movement speed, and then it is similar to Swashbuckler. You can kind of take a reaction to disengage when you're hit.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
I probably dropped that down to at least 10 for
10?
Also giving you bonus action dash and the Scout Rogue's 3rd level ability.
Yeah.
But yeah, just movement based stuff.
Yeah, a lot of this is movement. Was kind of my, because they don't have a lot of like raw skill that I'm really adding here. Like there's not a lot of.
You're getting druid. You're getting the ability to use druid spells and move around the battlefield.
Yeah. Charming Presence is a bit of like a fey thing. So this is, think of it as like a dominate person. Yeah. This is similar to the Fiend one. Although it's a bit of a higher level. Yeah. And it counts as a spell for the purposes of Spellslinger. So you can use an action to try to charm a creature and then attack its bonus. Dryatic Form is kind of that Paladin's transformation. So you're getting health at the start of your turn. However, that can't bring you above half your max health. When you use Charming Presence, you can charm multiple creatures. You have advantage on spell saves and other magical effects. And you can use Tree Stride twice around rather than once. And then you can do this again, or you can't do this again, or you use a 5th level spell slot.
as real quick, a thing I just thought about that I'd like to bring up. So when designing spell subclasses in general, there is an idea of whether you want them to have continuity or not. And what I mean by that is if you look at the paladin subclasses, for instance, we could pitch an idea for a word and we could come up with a paladin subclass in about 5 minutes because every single subclass for paladin is exactly the same and they get abilities that every single paladin gets the same ability or style ability at every single level. Third level is always spells and some whatchamacalls. 7th level is always an aura or improvement kind of stuff. 20th level is always a form.
Yeah.
Or you could go the route of something like a fighter where there is no continuity. And every single ability is different. And for instance, right, current Battle Mage 20 has continuity. They are, if you go between Reaver and whatchamacallit, Beacon, they get similar abilities at similar levels. If you play one and play the other, you'll understand the play style, but it will be different. Earlier battle mages, and even here, there really isn't continuity between abilities, and that is up to the particular person whether that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. The Fiendish Heritage, elementally infused, is just not a good class, subclass. I found that out, like, just trying to work with it. That is one I did attempt to make. I added a spell list for demonic, which I don't think it had.
No.
Part of this was just me trying to generate ideas on how to, like, Seth had issues with the battle mage and just trying to find ways to, like, help develop it further. Fiendish knowledge, you can choose a skill, tool, or armor in which you're not proficient in and gain proficiency with it and last until you take a long rest, similar to artificer. With a tool. Devil Sight, you get that fiendish charm. This is the same. Infernal Constitution, Infernal Step. This is the same.
Yeah.
And then Return from the Hells. I think I added so that this could be used again if you used a 5th level spell slot.
Yeah, probably.
And I think that's the way I buffed it a little bit. Because otherwise, I think you also had an issue with this subclass with it being fairly weak.
Yeah.
Giant form, the first level is the same. Except I think I added that your unarmored defense can instead use Constitution rather than your Charisma. So I think I designed the giant soul to be less of a Charisma, force of will, and more of the initial idea for the battle mage, where you had it as like a physical force.
Yeah.
So I tried to bring that back here, just by modifying that a little bit. And this way you can have a battle mage that is mostly just reliant on strength, and you could do like a strength con build if you really wanted to. And Constitution or Charisma, even though it's kind of the main feature of it, it could take the back seat if you're only casting spells that are buffing yourself.
If you want to go strength, that's gonna be so bad, because what it would end up being, it would be strength, dex, con, charisma, as these are the important skills of the class.
Fair. Fair. I was thinking more so from the perspective of, like, you don't really need charisma, right? You can, because similar to Ranger,
you can choose spells, obviously, right, to bring that down. Though Ranger doesn't have soul safety.
That is true. Yeah.
So, like, I see where this is coming from. You would have to, like, instead of saying, for your unarmored defense, you would have to just write it as, if you look at this document and you see the word charisma, for this subclass, it's actually Constitution.
Mm,
If
yeah.
you really wanted to do that.
Yeah. I think this is all mostly the same, except in
More damage.
more damage.
Oh, Mighty
and
Health it's basically the same thing, but it is just physically increasing your Constitution by 2 instead of just giving you extra health per level.
yeah. And then I think True Giant, this might be a bit clunky, but I also added that your con increases by another 4. So it gives you even more health, makes you even more tanky. That might be a bit of a clunky way to do it.
I might the way I would actually do it.
Because I was thinking this ties into you can use con instead of charisma.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff.
Is what I would do for a lot of those things. I would give them set amounts that then increase. If you do want to have the increased health, right? I would give True Giant an additional ward, similar to the way Abjuration Wizard works. Such that you're not having to physically, like, okay, wait, so my Constitution's 26 now, so my max health is this. Change every single thing. Oh, I've been knocked out of the form. Shoot, okay. Right. Especially when you get into the issues with people using enemies that have abilities that cut your maximum health and change that. Because that could get real complicated real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. And then Spirit Soul is another one of the ones that I designed where I had the intention of trying to fit some of the stuff Seth was trying to do with the orders.
So this was originally from Battle Mage 18, which 18 and 19 have different subclasses than Battle Mage 20.
That's right, yeah. But it was that idea of getting away from these that I was trying to reel that back in.
Battle Mage 18 very specifically has the idea of it is they are martial archetypes similar to that of the fighter. Where it is more how you martially express yourself in battle than how necessarily your soul and your lineage is impacting yourself.
And this was also very much inspired by Josh, who's also here on the channel. He made an Ichigo class, which I took a lot of inspiration from as well.
From Bleach.
Yeah. So you have spirit senses, which is essentially just like sensing souls around you. And this is think of it similar to Paladin's what do you call that?
I almost said protection. No, divine sense.
Yeah, but you're not getting its creature type. You're just sensing that there's
something there.
There is a soul around me.
Yeah.
Alright. Now the very important thing with that is it doesn't work on undead that don't have that aren't ghosts.
Yeah, right. So it specifically says souls.
Right.
Yep.
So it's like, hey, if you're a construct or you're an undead that doesn't have a soul, you ain't coming up on spirit sense.
Yeah. So if you're in a dark alley and you use you see someone walking towards you and you use spirit soul to see if you're about to be jumped and you're like, oh, there's not a soul, you know it's undead.
Yeah.
Now this is like basically the idea is that you have this second soul that lives within you and is fueling your power. So the spirit manifestation is the second part of this, which is where this is actually like some of the class features, where you have different stances. So this is kind of talking about those fighting styles. This is where they kind of come in, where you have 3 different stances you can choose. But I'd say I was also heavily inspired by the Twilight Druid, or the Stars Druid, where you have your different star forms, which allow you to do different things. So their stance
easily. This specific subclass is easily the strongest battle mage subclass in existence. And I think
from this version, it has been toned down a bit, but it is strong because there is so much.
Because essentially, this specific ability and the later improvements to this is you're combining 3 separate subclasses from Battle Mage 18 into one, and saying pick which one you want at any given moment.
Yeah, and looking back on this, because when was the last time I edited this? A long time ago. January.
Before
And
that was July of 2022.
was it July? Yeah, so there's a chance I was touching on this a year ago. And so I've definitely, having played, because I actually just recently finished a campaign where I was playing as a Stars Druid. I've definitely realized why the stances / things don't improve so much over time. Like, they're minor changes.
Yeah.
So mechanically, I don't think this is the best.
Well, mechanically, it is the best because
Well,
it's
yeah.
strong. It
As far
is
as-
definitely. I think certain things would just need to be toned down a little
Yeah,
bit.
and I do want to talk about this because even though it's not a very well made subclass, I think in the purposes of talking about the history of the battle mage and subclasses and just building characters / classes as a whole, it is an important thing to touch over. Like,
Yeah,
when
well, I think,
things are too strong.
I think making things wrong is a very important step to making them right. Because,
Yeah.
like, you're not going to understand why it is that Stars Druid only gets 2 changes to that core, 3 or 1 change to that core ability, and it's not really all that strong to, like, increase your chalice or your dragon form or your, forget the third
Archer.
one, archer form, right? Where it's like, oh, that doesn't do all that, like, and it's more the other, like, the abilities in between that are changing.
Yeah. And when we're done picking on me, we're gonna pick on you, and we're gonna
you're
look
gonna
at some
see
of
so
the.
many bad things.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
look
open
at
up Battle
some of
Mage 2, and you're gonna cry. Also cry because it was allowed in one of your games.
Yeah, so this is the stuff that was inspired off of the Ichigo class that Josh had made. Avatar the Soul, I think I removed this ability, but essentially it allows your soul to take a physical form.
Echo Knight.
Similar to Echo Knight,
type
yeah.
thing.
Yeah. And then Strength of the Soul increases those abilities at 14th level, but I think too much.
Yeah, I
'Cause
mean,
this
at
is
14th level,
giving-
Stance of the Blade gets triple attack.
Triple attack, yeah.
Right.
And knowing what I know now, I know that is not a good way to design.
That is a fine. That is, you better be a capstone ability.
Yes.
For your subclass if you're doing that.
And then the Soul's Respite, 18th level, was a paladin, or not paladin, barbarian ability, but it's charisma instead of con. And this is a there is also, you can have your avatar die if you have that up and out, rather than yourself if you would be dealt a killing blow. So, which I think is an interesting thing, but overall this subclass is very clunky, has a lot of issues, and I do not think is fit for being played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I think also, just to note, this can be worked into something real. This is one of those cases where I think a lot of people who make D&D subclasses will put too much into a subclass. I feel like the kind of start to a subclass should be a singular idea, right? Because I feel like the switching between stances and all of the spiritual stuff could be 2 separate classes.
Yeah. And that's why I found this online. But I think it is one of my favorite subclasses I've ever seen, where it is mixing kind of the druid with the sorcerer. And I think this is a fairly good way to do this. You get like a mini wild shape, which is not nearly as strong as wild shape. And once you use it, you can't do it again until you take a short or long rest or use 10 sorcery points. And even still, it is CR
Limited
one
in
quarter.
comparison.
Yeah, like I don't think the CR ever leaves 1/4. I think it always stays. But it's very much so a fun flavor thing. You can speak with animals and speak with plants just at will, which I think is just a really cool, fun ability that isn't like
Yeah, that's the thing
super
I had.
broken.
There was a fighter subclass that I had made originally with the character Strider I was playing, it was basically if you want to play a ranger, play this fighter subclass instead. And that was the 6th level ability for it as well.
Yeah.
Was
And then there's
or 7th level.
and then there's Earthstride and
Regeneration.
Tremor Sense, and then Regeneration.
But yeah, I definitely think when people make bad subclasses, the thing of it is either A, they just have a straight misunderstanding of the rules, and it's not necessarily something that is they should, I mean, not that they should be doing, but they should be bringing to tables where people don't expect good game balance, right? And also I think it is fully, or that they do understand the rules mechanically and they just want everything.
Yeah.
Right? They want to be the cool anime swordsman that can teleport and eat beans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you're misunderstanding this game.
Yeah.
But to think of some things, so Battle Mage over its history, lot of different kinds. This was the start of it, and it's not necessarily a good one. Now, it's good to note that Battle Mage Mark II is a D10 hit class, where in comparison, Mark III, I believe... Oh, no. When did it increase? Was it Mark IV? Mark IV was when it increased to a D12. Though, if you scroll down, you'd see this isn't a caster.
Oh, it isn't, yeah.
Mm-hmm. This was in the period where... So, before we get to any of that, Battle Mage Mark II was a half-caster that had cantrips. This was before the Artificer existed. But it's like the Artificer. That's weird. There's a lot of things in here. A first level ability that lets you cast cantrips as a bonus action. What was I thinking? I know what I was thinking. It'd be cool
True
to cast...
Strike?
Yeah, it'd be cool to cast True Strike or Firebolt as a bonus action. Wouldn't that be cool if I swung my sword and then Firebolt? And it's like, yeah, that's yeah, let me use I believe does this one have? Yeah, this one has extra attack times 2. Yeah, let me use extra attack times 2 and then bonus action Green Flame Blade. No, this is bad. Also, you'll see, just in something like this, just the... Why was fighting style at level 1 here, yet it's a level 2 here? Just things were straight up wrong in between each other. And you get 2 fighting styles for a basis. Just like, what? I mean, it's the 17th level, but it's also like, what? Then there's really, I just want to pull out this ability, Combo Attack. This is not good game design. This doesn't belong in D&D. So the idea of Combo Attack is that you use your action and bonus action on your turn to initiate a combo attack. You make one attack. If you hit, the combo continues. So you may make a second attack, but their AC increases by 1. If this was actually should be in D&D, it should be a penalty to your own score, not an increase to their AC, because you don't know their AC. But either way, right? This shouldn't be in D&D, and if it was in D&D, it should not be 3rd level. Because, right, let's say you're not
let's just imagine Barry with that ability for a second. That Dracula fight would have been over turn 1.
Right, because, for instance, right, you can play an archer character who uses magical arrows and magical bows and has +2s or +3 to archery, depending on how many fighting styles you have, right? You know, have a +9, +5 from your dexterity score, that's 14. Have a +20 to your attack roll. You'd be essentially guaranteed to hit 4 to 6 attacks before there's a chance of you missing.
Holy crap. And that's not even like a once per day either.
Nope, you just do that. It takes your action and bonus action.
And it's whenever the combo ends.
That's it.
You, as a actual good archer, you are more likely to have arrows
Than you are your combo.
than you are to miss.
You're more likely to like reach into your quiver and go, whoops, empty.
Wow.
But another big thing about this, so I actually played this with a character named Rindus. Rindus used combo attack a lot. Do you want to know how many times this actually worked for me?
I don't
None!
remember.
Because almost always I would miss on the first 2-second attack. And eventually I just used extra attack. Because I just went, I have bad luck. Extra attack. Because
funny.
That's the other aspect of this too. This ain't a D&D ability.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Look at an extra attack right here. Why has he got 3 attacks at level 11? This ain't right. You ain't a fighter. Aura of Wrath I think is actually a cool ability, and I could see implemented into a subclass for current Battle Mage.
Or Pally.
Yeah, it's a Pally.
That'd be a cool Pally thing.
So this it just gives a bonus to your attack rolls, not
Also,
necessarily your
30. Also 30 feet at 14
level 14.
level.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
15 feet as your step to.
Combo Breaker. Okay. Combo Breaker is an ability that I will stand to this day is actually a cool ability and is decently balanced. So, as a reaction, when a creature tries to attack you, you may make one weapon attack in response. If that attack hits, that creature's the triggering attack automatically misses.
Huh. That's an interesting way. That would be the one thing in the game to get to stop a crit.
Yeah. Well, there's other ways to stop, or like stop them from actually hitting beyond lucky and
yes.
chronal shift.
Yeah.
That'd be the one way.
Whereas like it hits you, but it doesn't
armor.
do damage.
Adamantine.
Well, adamantine, you still would take damage.
Yeah. And same with Grave Cleric.
But that's like, well, that's different because you're changing the dice roll at that point.
Yeah.
This is the crit hits you.
The crit hit. They roll the crit. I'm using Combo Breaker. If I hit, that crit didn't. Right. And I think that is a really cool idea. That I dropped.
So, funnily enough, I'm in another campaign with one of my IRL friends, or with my IRL friends. They're not very D&D knowledgeable. I am the most knowledgeable person in that group, which isn't surprising, but also, like, I'm knowledgeable to a point where, like, I'm a scholar to them when it comes to D&D rules. Like, they don't know anything. So they made a lot of things because they don't have the PHB or the DMG or anything. They never read those. They just play D&D. I don't know if it's D&D, but it's working off of it. And something they implemented was something called parry. And basically you can use a reaction to make an attack action. And as long as you hit them, it blocks the attack. So it's basically the same thing here, but like it's just a really cool idea
of people who don't know this game system yet.
Yeah, like they also have dodge rolls. You can use a reaction to dodge roll, and if you make the dex save,
it misses.
It's a dex save. It misses, or it basically gives you iframes for whatever it is.
Somebody played a little bit of Dark Souls.
Yeah.
No, not some, not a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
and I mean,
it's-
Seth, you made this like because we started playing D&D.
this was at the start of your D&D adventures as well.
This would have been
Junior year.
January, like 2018 or whenever, right? I played in 2 sessions. I played in 1 session, started making this, right? Which is not, I don't have all of it, it's gone.
Oh,
Yep.
that's unfortunate.
But honestly, it's fine. I gave it 3 saving throws. What?
That's so funny.
But like,
That just shows how much we didn't know what we were
didn't
doing.
understand the game, right? But
Yeah.
I think the idea of like making a class, I was like, oh, I would love to, because like I was looking at Paladin and I was just like, I don't want to play like a god devoted person. That seems weird. I don't like that. Ain't me, right? I don't like that. I don't want to portray that character.
Mhm.
And that's why I love D&D 5e. They removed the holy aspect of paladins. They removed the you have to be religious
and
part
even
of
at that
paladins,
point,
which was
my understanding of 5th edition, I thought that was still the case. Because all of the paladins I had seen in actual plays, they were all
or in media.
religious. Yeah, or in media. They were all religious.
They were
So
all
it was
religious of some description.
Yeah,
Paladins religious.
and like, I had loosely heard horror stories of like, oh, really dickhead.
Lawful good.
Yeah,
Lawful good.
freaking lawful stupid. Right. And it's like, that doesn't really, I don't want to be mean and be like force people to be good at the table. So I had started making War Mage. And then eventually, I realized, this mystic I'm playing is too strong. We should get rid of it. It's not good.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, Mystic was new at the time. It wasn't like WotC hadn't given up on Mystic yet.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
So I never actually read through Mystic at any point, or like what Mystic was actually able to.
So what Mystic was able to do is everything you can do, but 2 times better. And by that I mean it could do
better.
Yeah. It's everything any other class in the game could do, but you could design it so it could do better. It had like invocations almost,
Yeah.
but they were highly customizable and very strong.
So
Okay.
yeah, it was just
You're basically able to design anything to just be better.
Yeah, and it didn't help, right? We didn't really know how the game worked. I was playing probably the strongest one. At least mechanically and martially. It was I was like Iron Soul or something like that. I don't quite remember the exact name of it. But it was the one that let you infinitely increase your AC, and like you could take abilities to make you giant sized and increase your damage, and it's like, oh, this is your, if you decide to spend points, you're the strongest person on the battlefield. Oh, hey, would you look at this? Strongest thing on the battlefield. 18th level. When you cast a spell, cast it as if you use the 1 level higher spell slot. Interesting idea. And it is limited to your con mod numbers of time of day. But that's kind of strong.
Oh my god, you actually applied a limit to it?
Yeah, that's surprising.
Looking at everything else, it's like, yeah, you could just do this. Whatever.
And then 20th level.
I feel like
I like this one's a bit.
It's interesting that this one is so limited as compared for a 20th level ability.
Yeah.
Because it's just
As compared to
twin
your
spell.
third level fucking
Yeah.
ability, which is just ungodly.
Yeah, I'm surprised that magic combo isn't you keep casting the spell until it doesn't work. But it's literally just a once per day twin spell with no limit on the
You
twin.
cast Fireball until it doesn't work anymore.
Until
you cast
somebody
Meteor
succeeds.
Swarm.
And it's like, what?
And we haven't even gotten to the subclasses yet.
There's
Oh my
only
God.
one.
Oh, okay.
Because I had just made one for
Oh, God.
Windus. So the subclass for this, it's weird because the whole idea of this, I think in this version was you want to be in the rain.
Sorry, I was just reading resistances.
You gain
You
resistance
also
to
spelled
you resistance.
resistance.
Yep. Hey,
Resistances.
we're just gonna scroll a little bit like that.
Oh no, I'm gonna warn you. If you go through any document, Seth has
as an
written-
action.
Oh, it's
As an
100%.
action.
If you go through any document
as
Seth
an
has had his
action.
hands on, it's going to be filled with typos.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Misguiding breeze. With this option chosen, you as an action create an object. Oh, it's
Yeah.
golden. If the object cannot make save,
Yeah,
If
we
it's-
were new to this game.
If it's an object, the objects can't make. It should just be if it's an object, it's get push.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh, this
at
hurts.
14th level, you may use both of these abilities at the start of your next long rest. So I finished sleeping and Fusro Da the couch. Like, what? I don't know. Heavy rain. You can just summon a rainstorm.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Fly speed and then thunderstruck.
No, it's not just fly speed. It's fly speed equal to twice
Two
your
times your base movement.
speed. Yeah.
Which
bro.
Actually, if you think about it, the third level spell fly is 2 times generally the base movement.
Yes, but that's concentration in a spell slot.
Whoa.
This is you just gain this. At all
Yeah, no,
times,
this
you
is
just have double
wildly
move
too
speed.
strong.
What the fuck?
A number of times per long rest equal to your constitution modifier, you may create a lightning bolt that strikes a creature you hit. That attack does 98 lightning damage to only that creature. So if I hit you, right, and bear in mind this is a class with combo breaker, right? So there is a chance I can hit you 5 times on my turn. I hit you 5 times, I'm gonna use Thunderstruck to deal 98 times 5 to deal 45 d8 lightning damage to you. Yeah,
This is stupid.
right.
When
Now,
did
of course-
it get better?
Yeah. While. So, whoops, I just opened up 2 again. Right, so if we quickly go over to, like, 3, immediately it's no longer a caster.
Yeah.
It's a cantrip caster now. Still has bonus action cantrips, which... Why is that first level?
Yeah.
And sorcery just gives you cantrips.
Mhm.
And what spell list do we use, Battle Mage Mark III? The answer is, all of them.
Oh.
It just doesn't have a spell list, so choose a cantrip, I guess.
Funny.
Elemental option. And the interesting thing is, this is way too much stuff for this one.
Yeah.
But add the elemental damage to your melee attacks. You choose 2 damage types and you choose between each one.
And this was actually the 2 damage types, 2 resistances was part of the battle mage, I think, up until mark like 15.
Yeah, it was 2 damage types.
It was 2 damage types for a very, very long time. So this is something that was added in Mark III and was around for a while.
The elemental option was added in the 3rd edition and has been here since. It's just been changed a lot, right?
Yeah.
But like adding your constitution modifier to your cantrips, of that deal one of the selected damage types is that should be its own ability. Why is that an elemental option? Gain immunity to the things, and it's just like, also, you don't cut through, you don't have like any ability to cut through stuff, which means
Wait, what was Josh saying bro to?
Your will is so strong.
Oh.
But like, you don't have any, so why would you don't have any ability to cut through resistances, so why would you choose any damage type other than force? Because you can choose force with this one. It's any damage type except slashing, piercing, bleeding, and psychic.
That's broken. Oh my god.
Extra attack is still extra attack, and you get it at 3, but also, if you notice, this doesn't have subclasses, and that's it. Extra attack's the last feature you get.
You just did it right further?
Yeah, I just didn't write any subclass. Well, also because, like, I put elemental option as a thing on the class, so it was like that. Also, what is this die progression? 1d4 to 1d6 to 1d8. Okay, that's a little quick, but why is it 2d6?
Shouldn't it go to like 2d6 to 2d8?
Shouldn't it go from 1d8 to 1d10 to 1d12? Where did
Yeah. I mean, technically that has higher average.
Mhm.
Like, that's a higher average rolled than
By
the 1d8.
Yeah, but it's also way bigger, right? Because like a d10
that is way
higher
bigger, yeah.
and better.
But only by 2.
Alright, but it's like 2d6 is... But also, think about 2d6 on a crit is stronger than 1d10 on a crit by a big margin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, this is just... It's... At this point, just general stuff, it becomes fully just an elementalist, and that's it. The cantrip die, the damage dies get fixed. But the whole idea is when you hit somebody, you do extra damage. You do an extra die damage of elemental damage type. But this one added a interesting ability that's kind of strong. Up to your con mod numbers of times, you may deal 2 times the number of elemental damage dice. This will get added, removed, changed throughout most of the battle mages throughout time. Of this idea of like flexing and like forcing it to do more damage than a
Normal.
normal hit. This idea of like an elemental burst will be added and removed, and it's too similar to Paladin, right? It was. This was during a time when it was playing with a Paladin at the table, and you know, these will be added and removed as I play with a Sorkadin. It'll really get weird. But this finally gets a subclass, and combo attack is not as bad. Instead of you have infinite attacks, a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, you make 1 extra attack on your turn. So it's the Echo Knight's attack.
Yeah.
It's Unleash Incarnation.
Before Echo Knight, yeah.
I still think combo attack is hilarious.
Yeah. The original
Like-
combo attack is...
That is... It's also even better knowing the context behind that ability now. Knowing that you had this broken-ass ability
And it
on
just
this
It
character.
never
And it
worked.
never worked. It never paid off. It
That's
never
so
went
funny.
through.
Yeah, there was never the time where this guy like walks
Like,
up and then
that-
does a sick combo on the dragon, and hey, the
Yeah,
dragon's
it
dead
just
now 'cause I hit it
mutilates.
8 times.
What I will say though is when we early D&D for us and the boys back in high school,
The-
it's nostalgic in a way where it's like everyone was just strong because not only were the classes like the homebrew stuff people were playing were strong, but also like we were just doing things wrong a
Oh yeah,
lot of
there
the
was
time.
no attention to the rules actually being paid.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, which is part of the reason I think a lot of this flew, because we were just playing other things wrong.
yeah, Battle Mage has been a
You
thing.
you guys were just having fun. You guys were just
Yeah,
having
I
fun
mean,
with what you were
it was
playing.
great. We didn't
Yeah.
care,
Yeah.
but it's one of those times we're
yeah.
looking at it from a game, mechanically
Mechanical
game.
perspective, yeah.
You look
Yeah.
back at it now,
No,
and you're
how?
like, "Wow, this
Yeah.
was how." Right? Because I find that ability hilarious, like the combo attack.
Mhm.
Like, I think you threw that as a level 3 ability, but I feel like that could be a legitimate level 20 ability, right?
Yeah.
Like,
You
for
could
something
make
random.
that, like into
New monk level
definitely-
20 ability.
It definitely can't be equal to your level.
yeah.
Yeah, like,
Like
It-
20 attacks in a single freaking
Well,
turn.
no. Just like, hey, you make an attack. You take a -1 to your attack roll. You make another attack. Take a -1 to your attack roll. But like that has to be like once per year.
long rest at least.
Well, I feel like you could add that maybe as like a monk thing, but it have to be like 10 key points.
Yeah, or something like that, where it's like this is the ultimate
Yeah.
flurry of blows.
Flurry of 1,000 suns. I don't know.
Yeah.
Death by
Yeah.
1,000 punches.
When did So what was the progression of Battle Mage from here then?
So then we introduce the concept of inner strength with Battle Mage Mark V. Also, bear in mind this has become a D12
Okay.
class at this point.
And
now,
it's no longer a spellcasting class.
now at Mark V it is a spellcasting class.
Oh.
However, inner strength is very, very weird. It is, you can have a number of spells equal to your inner strength value. However, different spells cost different amounts of inner strength. Essentially, it came out to equal to the level of the spell. So like a 6th level spell costs 6 inner strength. And level 1 spells cost 1 and stuff like that.
Was it tied to proficiency bonus?
No,
No, not exactly. Actually.
not exactly. It was tied to whatever scaling I thought.
And scroll up. Actually, it might be like the level.
It says
It
it too.
should have been tied to
Yeah.
proficiency
Proficiency
bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a way to do it. But yeah. It's a Constitution caster. Which also, if you really think about it, the Constitution caster is kind of a little strong.
That's what I was telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was one of my biggest gripes with the Battle Mage. And that was a conversation I remember we had quite a bit where I'm like, I think this is too strong. And this is when I was starting to realize like some of the mechanics in the game and how some things work.
Yeah.
I think at this point in time, you definitely know way more than I do. But that was one of the moments where I was like, I think this might not be how the game's supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really change, but it really it's the implementation of inner will, and it's like a warlock, but not quite like a warlock, where it's like you're very limited and and the way you cast it is you can cast each inner will spell you can cast a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. So like if you have more, it's better.
Yeah. 1 second. We actually have someone in the chat asking for advice.
Asking advice.
Yeah, hasn't played D&D
yeah.
before, and is playing tomorrow, looking for a character idea. What level are you going to be playing?
Tell us what your current ideas are.
Yeah.
Or what your idea is. It seems you already have one.
Yeah. I think just kind of rambling here before they respond. Personally, I always recommend just going martial the first time you learn to play.
If you haven't played, play like a barbarian or a fighter or a rogue, and it will be easy breezy.
You don't want to worry about resource management because to start, you want to just learn mechanically how the game works. Get into a rhythm of things. Don't make anything too complicated in that. Like spells are a no for anyone
Yeah.
trying to
Honestly,
learn
I
the
think
game.
that's why Champion Fighter truly exists. Right?
Mhm.
Like, it is, to say it is boring to play is true, but like, Champion Fighter exists so that somebody who has no clue how to play the game can play a Champion Fighter, and everyone else at the table can kind of just be like, yeah, here you go. Because Champion Fighter is your walk up and attack.
Yeah.
Now, for people who have played, I don't know, video games or other TTRPGs or just board games in general, who might have easier time grasping something like D&D, I definitely think,
I'd say half caster.
half
Like
caster.
I would still. I
I
would
was gonna
still
still
say
say
don't even
fighter.
go
I was
full
gonna
full.
say battle master, or
Oh,
some.
that's true.
I still think that probably one of the hardest classes for a new player to play is sorcerer.
Oh, easily.
Half dwarf, half orc character. Basically like a dude.
Be a forge cleric.
Forge cleric.
Do you know what level you'll be playing? Because I'll also say I don't think playing a spellcaster at low level is a big deal. But say you guys are going to be playing like 5th level, I would highly
like
just recommend playing a fighter, or a barbarian. Because to start, I think if you're going to play a spellcaster and you haven't played D&D before, you got to start at 1st level.
Yeah, truly.
So the way it would basically work for that is you would choose one or the other, and the other side of it would be something that we call flavor, which is it has no statistical impact, but
it is how it actually looks and functions in the world.
For example, I have a character in one of our other playing that is a half orc, half tiefling, and uses the stats and the abilities of only the half orc side.
Yeah, and actually for our campaign here that we're streaming bi-weekly, Izukan, without spoiling anything too much, not entirely a Dragonborn. He's got a Dragonborn stat block, but he's got like he's got 6 eyes, and 4 sets of horns.
And
yeah,
he's also massive. 1 to 3.
3 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well,
okay.
What's great?
So,
what I'll tell you about fighter is a lot of people overlook fighter and they're like, "Oh, boring human fighter." What's great about fighter is that you can just make them whatever you want to be. Like you can have a blacksmith kind of character, and
if you take the stats of a dwarf, you'll get proficiencies in smith tools and stuff like that.
You can physically be bigger.
Yes.
A lot of that stuff like doesn't have anything to do with the way the game is played. I call that flavor, and a lot of people who I think there are a lot of ways that people will design homebrew subclasses or classes that I look at it from the perspective of like that's great, but I think that could also just be reflavored. The number one thing I see is people trying to make like an archer fighter subclass. When I look at it, I'm like, just do battle master fighter. Like
just do
battle master fighter
just be a
has
samurai.
so much. Yeah, battle master fighter has so much cool stuff that you can just like use and adapt it to a different kind of fighting style. And fighters as a whole, I feel like could just be flavored as like you're a blacksmith. Like you can have that, and especially if you want to. Yeah, as a dwarf, you get a lot of those features where you almost kind of are like a blacksmith already.
Yeah, I mean, you get proficiencies in tools, you get stone cutting, you get stuff like that.
The truth of the matter is, like in D&D, you're very rarely like, how do I put it? You're very rarely ever actually making anything. So your physical abilities to craft things aren't really going to come up.
Unless you are playing an artificer.
That's why there's 2 suggestions I have for you. You're wanting to play a blacksmith type character. Forge cleric is one. That's great. Or artificer. Those are my 2 suggestions because those are the 2 that really get the time or have the ability to in a normal D&D timeline to craft.
But
Other classes and other ways to craft, you don't get a lot of time to do that unless it's a campaign that is specifically making things take a lot of time for you to do stuff in between. Not thinking more warrior based, being more simple or flat in classes is bad, but lore wise, character
I will also say
Totally.
I would go with, if you're starting at level 1, I would go with Artificer over Forge Cleric for the simple reasoning of there's a couple Forge Cleric abilities that can be a little janky for new players, specifically the what is it called? Not Divine Intervention. The ability that you can use multiple times.
Yeah. And I'll also say, like, just because D&D has things that will like, you might have abilities that will mechanically change the way that you play the game. Doesn't, it doesn't mean that you need to have all the abilities to, how do I describe it? You can have a blacksmith that doesn't technically have like these blacksmith-esque abilities, and you can still have them as a blacksmith. Like, you can have I don't know, you could have a retired cleric who's kind of put their religion down, is kind of in this tumultuous set of circumstances, and they've retired as a blacksmith, and then they get up in the campaign and they might be a Tempest cleric, but you also flavor them as a blacksmith. And maybe you flavor that by whenever they're hammering, there's streaks of lightning kind of coming up from the side of their hammer. Like, that's flavor text, you know? There doesn't have to be anything mechanical about it that shows I am a blacksmith. It is the way in which you represent your character to those at the table with the words that you use and the way you describe your knowledge of things.
Yeah, you can just as easily be like, yeah, I'm a light cleric and a blacksmith, right? And then be... versus being a forge cleric where it's like, yes, this is obviously the blacksmith one.
So is there any other reason you're looking at cleric in particular? I mean, so you're wanting to be a blacksmith, you're looking at forge cleric because that makes the most sense. That makes sense.
Have you
in my
seen
mind.
any of the spells that forge cleric gives you or anything like that?
Yeah,
They already brought up
metal.
heat metal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a fun spell.
Heat metal is an amazingly fun spell. It's the war crime spell. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, if you are starting at level 1, Forge Domain Cleric is perfectly fine. I'll give you the advice that the second level ability, Artisan's Blessing, can get really, really janky. Now, I don't know how much your DM is going to have played, but that's the kind of thing you would work with your Artisan's Blessing is the kind of thing you should work with your DM to really understand the bounds of the game, because you can do actually anything with Artisan's Blessing. Like, if you have a character at your party who's a Forge Cleric and you have one who's an Artificer, the Artificer can say, hey, here's a schematic of what you make with your Artisan's Blessing. Anything comes into existence now. I say that because that has happened.
Yeah,
I've
we had
been
a campaign,
the Artificer in that case.
and another friend of ours was the Forge Cleric. And it was the difference was they were both very experienced D&D players.
Yeah.
I love this game. As someone who was once a beginner in this game, my suggestion is always start small. You don't need...
Also,
and this is something I still struggle with sometimes. Like, I feel like to have a character... One of the things I've struggled with, if I want a character to, like, not wear armor, I try to find a way to get them unarmored defense, when if in reality you could just flavor the armor to not be there.
Yeah, anybody who's watched the second season of the first season of Unsleeping City from Dimension 20 will know. Yeah, just flavor heavy armor is just, you're so hot, and people just, you have disadvantage on stealth checks because people can't help but look at you, right?
That's really funny.
Right, and it's like,
Another
there you
thing
go.
about the Forge Cleric, if you look further into the Forge Cleric, right? So just looking at the base stuff, it's really nice. It's really cool. It's really awesome. A lot of the rest of the Forge Cleric stuff is about being
A fireman.
using weapons and being in heavy armor.
Yeah.
So
The Forge Cleric very much is a much more of a martial cleric because it wants
Yes.
to walk up to people, smack them, be standing right next to you when you cast their spell. Now also, if you just really like heat metal, that is also on the artificer list as well.
yes.
Um,
Also as well, if you're just looking to craft stuff in general, Artificer is great for that as well. The only thing I'll say about Forge Cleric, really and truthfully, is when it comes to your channel divinity, it's really limited in the grand scheme of things. And
It's
it's not
very-
like you
it's-
can make certain parts of things to add up. It needs to be a full item that is less than 100 GP or
Yeah.
gold. Right? So it's one of those things where it's not like you can stack them
oh
and
no,
then
you
like
can.
over time.
You can, because it doesn't
And-
disappear. So like, the items don't go away if you use it again.
Mhm.
Yes, but also it's one of those weird things where you're having to spend
A
19
lot of time to do it.
19 channel divinities to make plate armor.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll say in regards to what you're saying, I'll simply warn you that D&D unfortunately doesn't have too many rules for actually
Crafting.
making and crafting. Seth and I actually
I've
had
made
been
a
working,
system for.
yes, for
crafting.
crafting, which is quite over the top.
If you want a cool fire-based hammer, I would just specifically. This is the kind of thing I would ask your DM and like very explicitly be like, "Hey, at some point, can I get a flame tongue warhammer or a flame tongue maw?" Right.
Yep.
Because honestly, if that kind of like you want the fire weapon and you want that blacksmith vibe, just work with your DM to be like, hey, can you get me there at some point? Because there are items in the game that you don't even necessarily have to be like, I have to craft this. No, you can just buy or find if you tell your DM about it.
You were to
Mm-hmm.
pick something else, you would go with the fighter. Okay. Something melee based. So, like we said, the few that we've brought up is Battle Master and Champion. Champion is very, very straightforward.
Yeah,
it is on my turn, I
Now-
attack.
Here's one I really like, and I actually think might be the perfect combo you're looking for: Rune Knight Fighter.
Oh,
What
Yeah.
what Rune Knight gives you is it's really nice where it gives you some of that flavor and some of those abilities without being too much of that resource management that you might get stuck working on, especially like new to the game. You get 2 runes off the start, and they're each, you can use them once per day, so it's not hard to keep track of. Looking at the fire rune, you get 2 abilities. Your proficiency double is doubled for any ability check you made that uses your proficiency with a tool. You basically inscribe your rune into something. So if you want it to be your
hammer.
blacksmith tools, you're going to be really, really good at that. And in addition, when you hit a creature with using a weapon attack, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles, and they take an extra 2d6 fire damage, and they might be restrained by those fiery shackles. So that alone, and you get some extra runes that you can do stuff. But if you want to flavor yourself as a blacksmith, Rune Knight is a really good way to not get too caught up on all the intricate rules of the game and just have like a fun, hey, I'm good at making stuff. You don't necessarily need to have it built into your kit of like you can design a non-magical item once per day with 100 gold pieces of resources.
Mhm.
Because a rule in the game is that like each day, if you put work into something, you can add, you can work 25 gold pieces into a magical or non-magical item. Like that is written into the game. So you could spend a day and you could actually make, I think you could like make a longsword
Yeah.
over the course of a single day, or even a great sword, because I think a great sword
Yeah,
is
it's only
50
like
gold
12
pieces.
or 15, yeah.
Well, I think a great sword's 50 gold, but
50.
it cost half as much. So basically, any item is going to cost half as much as the sale value. If I remember the
Yeah,
rules
yeah,
correctly.
it would cost 25 to make.
Yeah,
So, like, you could just be like, hey, I'm gonna, like, we have downtime. I'm gonna be a blacksmith and just make a great sword.
yeah.
Um,
No, and I think you know what, Rune Knight
Rune Knight.
might go great for you, because if you're thinking of a dwarf, the whole flavor of Rune Knight is that it's like you're using like giant magic. So that might be why you're taller and you're bigger. Or you were also saying
you're a
half orc.
half orc, right?
Um,
but,
but yeah,
you
you
know,
could also flavor it as half giant, half dwarf. That might be a fun, some fun mechanical stuff.
mom
and
is
then
like
also
17
part-
feet tall. Dad
Yeah,
is
and then also
4.
part of Rune Knight is you also have your ability where you become size large.
Yeah,
So
you can
you're
get big.
you're big. Yeah. I definitely think Rune Knight's a potential option for you. I'd look into. I would personally recommend it just as someone new. I think you'll definitely have fun with it. I played a Rune Knight, and I definitely had fun with it. I think you'll have fun with it, and it has enough options that it doesn't make combat stale, and it gives you enough things that you're good at outside of the game, that it doesn't make you feel like your only use is for combat. And again, not too many resources to worry about. I think it's a nice progression into the game of learning how to attack, how to just the way the game works, and then also have these extra resources that you get to play with and use that aren't too tricky to deal with.
Yeah, and if you're looking into like hammers and maybe shields, I'd go with a warhammer and have a shield. As your
Prove
weapon
that
of choice.
prove the fucking swordboard meta exists everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd recommend that. I think that should set you in a pretty good direction.
And also with Rune Knight, you could easily reflavor the giant runes to just be dwarvish runes.
Yeah,
right.
that's fair.
Yeah,
like dwarves.
that's another thing as well.
I feel like that is just as like symbolic and like easily recognized as like a thing, right? Like going back to like Lord of the Rings and stuff, of dwarves having runes and rune magic, kind of stuff. And yeah, no, I definitely think, especially I will say if you're looking to be like dwarf half orc, I would go with the stats of a dwarf. And then Rune Knight Fighter, yeah, no, that's the general idea. But where were we? Actually, I think at this point we can probably. I think we just use this as a good hopping off point to start talking about One D&D.
Yeah. Admittedly, I have not looked at the new content.
So I will say, on a general aspect, this is the first one. I haven't hated anything. I haven't gone like looking at this One D&D document for Playtext 6. I've been like, oh, I think all of these are either good changes or neutral, except for like one or two, and one that I just feel like is a non-understanding of the problem. One big thing. They seem to have a real big complaint with the paladin in that they really want to make paladin once per turn.
Smite once per turn.
Yep. they really want to enforce that. So they've made Divine Smite, and they've made it an actual spell, which is bad, because now you can counterspell Divine Smite, and B, it now takes a bonus action. Not that you bonus action beforehand, but when you use it as a part of that action, it takes up your bonus action, meaning you can only do it once per turn. And I don't know why. Like, Paladin is a very, very good class. And if they're maybe trying to make this next version of D&D more dangerous, right? And that they're trying to generally lower the damage of all characters, that might be a thing. But also, I am of the mindset of when you're in a game, you should buff, not nerf. Because when you nerf things, you will get you will nerf things enough that you will get to the point where nothing is fun. So like buffing, if you think the paladin is too tanky and deals too much damage, just buff the amount of damage the fighter does. Also, the fact that they've made Divine Smite an actual spell is really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
are we looking at the
Playtest
Player's
6.
Handbook Playtest 6? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Is this for One D&D or?
Yeah, it's for One D&D.
Okay.
But like, the fact that Divine Smite can be counterspelled is wild.
Yeah.
It's like, that was the one thing paladins have, is like, I can Divine Smite and no one's gonna stop me.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you might, if people are looking at it from like, well, why would you Divine Smite when you could do with like, why would you use your spell slots for any of the other smites instead of just Divine Smite? And it's like, well, some people might if they want to do both, but also, those ones are bad. Make them better. Like, I feel like it could be solved with a general rules change that says, you can cast, when you cast a spell as part of an action, you can do that as many times as you want, though you can't use bonus action spells. And then, making it so that, like, Searing Smite, Blinding Smite functions like Divine Smite, where they do additional damage. I just had a very good idea. So if we look at the Rogue on this one, they did a thing. I honestly really, really like what they did with the Rogue. They basically gave the Rogue... Go ahead.
Okay, let's roll it back a little bit. Somebody asked a question. Why is it wild? Talking about
that's just a
smites
comment
and stuff like that. Yeah,
I think that's just a comment.
I know. Consistent and reasonable. No. Reasonably.
Paladin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Throwing their smites as a spell is. It means it can be stopped, which is the issue here. Is the fact that smites can now be just flat out no.
So, a thing that they did with the Rogue is they've made it so that you can subtract damage die from your sneak attack to do special effects. Right? You can subtract 2d6 from your sneak attack to poison somebody. Or I think it might be 1d6. I need to look at it again. Or you can
Is it the poisoned condition?
It is, but there's some things to like go around with it, and it's not the only one. You can subtract a d6 so that you immediately move away from them without provoking an attack of opportunity as a part of the attack, right?
Okay.
You can, I think they have one to knock people prone. Let me scroll down and see. It's kind of at the bottom.
We're using playtest 6. I should probably pull that up.
Yeah. Yeah, cunning strike. Oh yeah, and they have one to like disarm people. You can spend a d6 to trip somebody, right? So it basically it does the thing that I wanted to do to fighter of make all fighters battle masters, and it makes all rogues battle masters. But then they get more better strikes. You know, the ability to inflict daze, knock somebody unconscious, give the blind condition. And then subclasses have improvements on that. I feel like... Go on.
This is interesting because as I'm looking at this, I could be wrong, but it feels like Wizards of the Coast is taking a lot of inspiration from Larian Studios and a lot of the stuff they were implementing for Baldur's Gate 3, which is coming out soon. Of just like different conditions that didn't exist, and Larian has kind of Larian's kind of created these new conditions and modified a lot of the pre-existing conditions to be more fun and fair. It honestly kind of looks like WotC has taken some of that inspiration and just the way the rogue works with these different abilities here.
Yeah, and I definitely think what you could do with Paladin, make Divine Smite a base ability, remove Searing Smite, all of those as spells. Do the exact same thing where
you did with Rogue with Paladin,
where you can subtract from your damage die to increase the effect. You want to make it a Searing Smite, 1d8 less damage to apply a burn. Right? You want to blind them?
Smite.
Right? And then that way,
so on and so forth.
That really gives bonus to using your higher level spell slots. Of like, hey, if I use a 3rd level spell slot, I can do a little bit of damage and make it a blinding smite. And I think that would be a very interesting change to the system. Of like, if you made it so that it functioned basically exactly the same to the rogue, you could then give it some upgrades. And then also, you keep the paladins like, hey, I can use Divine Smite on both attacks. But I think making it so that paladins then have things to do other than. Because I think the thing that they are trying really hard to do, they are trying to nerf Divine Smite so that people want to use the other ones.
Yeah.
Like,
it also makes it so that just 2-level dip into Pally isn't the best anymore. Because that Pally kind of turns accidentally. You do one of two things with Pally. You either go full Pally or you go dip.
Yeah.
You get that 2-level dip and you get Divine Smite, and then you never gain another level.
Maybe you go 6 levels Pally for Aura of Protection.
For that aura.
Right. But like, if you're planning on multi-classing with Paladin, you will never go past 6. Right. And more than likely, you're gonna go 2. And mix it with a spellcaster or another half-caster or something.
Yeah. This doesn't really fix anything. Like, that doesn't... Also, this doesn't fix Sorkadin by any means.
No?
Oh, yeah.
Like, Sorkadin's still bad. Well, oh no, I don't smite both or both of my attacks. I only make one attack. I'm a Sorkadin.
Yeah.
Right, and it's like, okay. Sorkadins were already only using Green Flame Blade as their action.
Yeah.
If they weren't smiting.
Right?
I will say the thing it does remove, though, is the Sorkadins. Actually, this does nerf Sorkadins a bunch.
Yeah, it stops
because it requires a bonus, so it stops the quicken spell.
Yeah.
So this might have actually been a nerf to Sorkadin more so than an intentional nerf to Paladins.
Yeah, but you're still nerfing Paladins.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, this is hurting Pally players more than Sorkadin.
Yeah, because
really and truthfully.
I feel like Sorkadin's one of those multi-classes that people are more willing to say no to. I mean, back in the day of D&D, people were straight up saying no hexblades.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that
And
was
it's like,
big.
right?
Well, and then
for a
people realize
while,
Hexblade's
it
not the
was-
issue, it's multi-class Hexblade that's the problem.
Yeah.
Correct.
But I
For
played a
example,
straight
it's similar
Hexblade, and
to
it's not all that strong.
No.
yeah, it's similar to Twilight Cleric.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, even now, still say to Twilight Cleric, simply because that temp HP is so strong.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah.
Especially if you are only going Twilight Cleric, you go 20 levels into Cleric, right?
Mhm.
And you're only Twilight Cleric. That's
You're giving 21 temp
disgusting.
HP to everybody every round. Just
at
like.
least,
Mhm.
yeah. You're over the course of a 10-round combat. Everybody is getting the effective HP of like 210 HP.
Yeah. More.
That's,
I mean, over 10 rounds,
that's
you can use the average.
crazy.
Right? So that's 235.
Yeah, 235 HP over the course of a 10-round combat to everybody in your aura. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. That's not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Especially if you're not prepared for it. Because that's the thing with a lot of these things. You need to be prepared for these things. If you see one of your players playing a Sorkadin, give them the big thing for them to hit with the fucking hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're playing a Twilight Cleric, give them a reason to need that 235 extra AP,
There's also,
HP.
If you're playing Twilight Cleric, make there reasons for the characters to be separated.
Yeah.
Right? Just like there is make the
Or-
enemies slightly small part.
Or make the characters be moved. Like
Yeah.
throw in a huge enemy, and instead of having the huge enemy do damage,
Just
have them
back
pick up
somebody to the
players
side,
and
yeah.
throw them. Like
I mean,
pick up players and just chuck them into a wall.
most high-level dragons have either automatic grapples or stuff like that with their bite attacks. So just
Yep.
bite attack and then have the dragon turn and place the character outside the aura, and it's boom.
Yep. Now, don't do it that smartly because that's a little meta-y,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
like have
that's-
it where the dragon picks you up and then like throws you against a
into the
wall,
yeah.
right?
Right, but like,
But there
But that's what
are
you're
ways to get
accomplishing,
around
right?
these things. Yeah, there are ways to get around these things that people are complaining about, and it feels like there's no real reason to nerf the Sorkadin that much because really and truthfully, for as popular the Sorkadin is,
fighters actually stronger.
I don't see a lot of them.
Yeah, well, that's because if people would play Sorkadins because they want to do damage, right? Right, that's
Yeah,
why
they
Josh
want that
had
big
played
hit.
a Sorkadin originally.
They want that
I've
one big hit.
I have done the actual math on like how much damage you can actually do. A
Mhm.
samurai fighter is stronger. A samurai fighter will
Yep.
always be stronger. There is
Samurai
nothing.
Fighter's the strongest thing in the game.
Yes, it
Or
does.
Martially.
It's
Martially.
Elven
Elven
Samurai
accuracy,
Fighter.
sharpshooter, longbow, bonus action,
Mm-hmm.
action surge, triple advantage on everything. Using all of your magical items to your extent, but like
It's not even a multi-class.
yeah, and it's just
Yeah.
straight.
Like the strongest, when you, my perspective on multi-classing has changed when I realized that the strongest thing in the game is not even a multi-class.
Well,
Yep.
also, honestly, the thing about the strongest thing in this game is that it is you can backdoor your way into this without even realizing it, right?
Mhm.
So let's say, I want to play Legolas. I'm gonna play an elf, right? Obviously. Okay. Well, so I'm playing an elf, and I want to play Legolas. Well, he's not really a ranger. Legolas doesn't have magic. He
Legolas is a fighter.
Right?
Legolas is a
He's
fighter.
So I'm gonna play a fighter. Okay, do first 2 levels. 3rd level. Well, which one seems best? Well, Champion's really boring, and he obviously isn't a Psy Knight or an Eldritch Knight or a Rune Knight. So, well, maybe I could do Battle Master, but an Arcane Archer, everybody tells me that's bad, so I guess Battle
Yes, it
Master
is.
or Samurai. I don't know, Advantage seems pretty cool, and Samurai kind of fits that aesthetic, so I'll go Samurai. And now you're the strongest thing in the game,
Yeah.
right?
You pick up the one feat you were going to take anyhow because you were an archer,
An archer, so you pick
sharpshooter.
up sharpshooter.
And then you realize, there's
an
this
elf.
cool elven feature. There's this cool elven race feature
I've
that
taken
I'm going to
elven
take.
Or the
accuracy.
other way around. Or the other way around.
the
You
other
pick
way
up elven
around.
accuracy
Yeah.
first, and then pick up sharpshooter because they're like you.
Mhm.
So first you're like looking through the feats, and you're like, I'm an elf. Elf. Okay, I'll pick
This
that
one
up.
says
I'm
elf.
using a bow. Yeah, I'm using a bow. What features complement a bow? Google. What features in D&D complement a bow? Sharpshooter, 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 sharpshooter.
Okay.
Like
I'll do
every
sharpshooter.
single link says sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Right? So you're like, okay, I'll do sharpshooter, elven accuracy. And,
Cool.
since we're using point buy, I wasn't able to get my dex to 20, so I'll use the rest of my ASIs to pump out my stats. Okay.
Yeah, I'll pump out
And
my
now
dex.
all of a sudden, by complete fucking accident, you have the strongest character in the game, not by any particular reason.
Yeah, and it's just like you can just accidentally your way into you will consistently deal 400 damage a combat, right? And it's like it's so much.
Like
and
Barry
also, by the way,
was the same way.
if you're looking at the actual damage against creatures that have AC, right? So let's say against the Trask, for instance.
Yep.
It's better. You don't even need sharpshooter if you really don't want to, right?
Yep.
You just need the elven accuracy because sharpshooter, it's not the -5 + 10. It's the fact that you can do it from 600 feet away. That's strong. The -5 + 10 comes out to be either the same or slightly less damage.
It's 3/4. It means it's unless you're in full cover, it doesn't matter. Or the 600 feet range. Those are like the two largest things a part of sharpshooter that I think are crazy.
Which is why
The
in
-5
D&D
+ 10 is cool.
Well, it's interesting.
right?
That's why in D&D 1, I really wasn't all that upset about removing power shots from the game. Like Great Weapon Master losing it and whatchamacallit losing it. Now, I feel like it's slightly more impactful with Great Weapon Master. But even
Okay,
still...
that's what elven accuracy
You get
does.
that bonus action attack on a kill.
Yeah. And like even still, the bonus action attack is better. It is more like it's more interesting and it's more likely to actually do something. Whereas power shots in general are just kind of the fact that it is -5 + 10 simply means no matter what your best chances, you are going to do the same amount of average damage. Then if
Wait, no, I'm stupid. I
you
said
had
something
a-
stupid. Hold on.
what?
Keep going.
Than if you had just not used it at all.
So
Like,
I'm looking at elven accuracy again, right?
Mhm.
Because I was forgetting what the feat actually did. Increases one of your scores
Dex.
by 1 to a maximum of 20, and gives you advantage on attack rolls using those stats, and you can re-roll one of the dice once.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
have
whenever you have
advantage, can
advantage.
reroll it. Basically,
Yes.
it
So
is triple advantage.
let's say you're playing an elf, right? So that's a +2 to dex, +1 to something else. I can't remember what it is.
Intelligence, wisdom, depending on which one you want.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. So, and you're playing point buy, so you start at 17 dex because you're an archer. You go to 19, you pick up this feat, you're at 20 dex already. So those ASIs I was talking about, where I said you fill out the rest of your
You
kit,
don't actually use it. Those ASIs
you
are
don't
for sure.
need to. Yeah. You spend
Buy-
2 of your ASIs on feats, maxing out your main stat, and then you've got
by
I think it's
level
5
8
other.
as a fighter. You have
Yeah.
already done this, and then you get 5.
You get 5 more ASIs. Let's say you spend 2 more evening out stuff and pumping up your. You still got 3 ASIs kind of just sitting there
Still kinda
staring at
take
you like
tough and lucky and mobile
and mobile like.
Oh, there is another elf one. So let's say you're playing the slightly new character, not new to the game. There's another elf one. So maybe you take the one that lets you teleport as a high elf. All right.
There actually is multiple elf ones.
Yeah.
So
It's
there's
Fey,
Elven
teleportation.
Accuracy. There's Revenant Blade, which is the double blade scimitar, right?
Yep.
And then there's also one for each type of elf. So there's Wood Elf, High Elf, and Drow. Wood Elf, you learn Longstrider and Pass Without a Trace without expending a spell slot. You can cast these 2 spells when you've this way. You need to finish Long Rest before you can do so again. High Elf, you get Misty Step, you learn a new language, and you increase your intelligence or charisma. Drow, you get Levitate and Dispel Magic. And Detect Magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this game is broken.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This game is very broken. I'm happy that One D&D is not straying too far from 5e, because I definitely think 5e has the formula right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just there's
the
too many issues.
The thing that One D&D is targeting isn't even the thing that I think personally is messed up about this game. Because what I think is messed up about this game is the innate rules choices that are going on in the background that are making this game either too complicated or just flat out this game contradicts itself. And the reason for that is that D&D 5e has a rules. It's not like they explicitly write it anywhere, but there is a rules assumption called specific over general, where if there is, let's say, an item has a very specific rule, but you find a rule somewhere in the player's handbook or whatever that specifically says you are not allowed to do this, the item means specifically you can do it. Now the problem is, that's okay when it's items and the DM can take those away or not give them to you, right? The problem comes when spells means you have to use specific over general, and class features means you have to use specific over general, and there's cases with that, and it's like,
yeah. Well, one of the big ones is the spell Enlarge Reduce is never used correctly. The way the spell Enlarge works is that you become size large, your weapon attacks deal an extra d4 damage, and you have advantage on strength checks and saves. If we look at the rules as written, my damage dice, if I have a longsword, that should change from a d10 versatile. If I'm two-handing that, it should be 2d10 plus that d4.
So the thing is, there is a thing buried in the DMG that's basically monstrous sizes, or monstrous weapons, or oversized weapons. Basically, it's for when the DM wants to give weapons to large creatures, like let's say, I want my dragon to have a sword, right? Weapons that are one size category larger than the previous deal an extra 2 times damage die, 3 times damage die, right? So like, you should, when you are a rune knight, right, you should actually be dealing 2d10 or 2d8 with your hammer or your sword or whatever. Now explicitly the rules don't say that, and nobody plays like that because nobody thinks about oversized weapons.
Yeah, and I mean that's why in stat blocks, if you look at it like a giant, you look at their great axe and it's doing like 8d12 or something crazy.
Yeah, 8d6 or whatever if it's a great sword. Yeah, if you're a fire giant and you're doing 8d6 when you watch McCall.
And you're like, holy crap! And then the players are like, I want to use that weapon.
But the thing is, in those things, there is rules for that. You can use a sword that is one size category larger than your what would be your size, but you have disadvantage with it. And you can't use a sword that's 2 size categories larger than you. So like, if somebody wants to be a stickler and says, Enlarge Reduce does not increase the size of your weapons, right? Well, I've killed a giant and I have this donkey pulling around his sword. I cast Enlarge Reduce on myself, and now I pick up his sword. I can wield it because I'm his size. So I should be doing 8d6 or whatever, right? Why do I have to do it like that, right? And it's like,
something
play
like
WoW.
I don't. Brian, you play WoW, right?
Yeah.
Can you respond to that comment?
You're not being able to turn gears. You think they would creep
Titan's grip is, if I remember correctly, it's you can use two-handers in each hand. So, funnily enough, there was an ability in old D&D versions that was a feat called Monkey Grip. Monkey Grip was basically what you're thinking of for Titan's Grip. Monkey Grip does not exist anymore because it's broken as shit.
Yeah, if you were able to wield dual wield greatswords, that's a little broken.
Yeah.
You would be able to dual wield great swords in quotations, because you would be size huge and you would just use large great swords, but they for you would just be long swords.
Yeah, you would use the stats.
Size huge long swords.
Yeah. But these are things that like aren't ever addressed, and I don't think the way that we're saying it is fair and balanced. For like a player, but technically that's what we're saying. Like D&D is contradictory, and there are so many issues with it that at this point, like, it honestly needs a new set of rule books. As much as I love all my 5e books that I have scattered across my room, and I put a lot of time and money into this hobby, it needs a refresh.
Do you know what's another one? And they're actually trying to write rules out for it. Hide. There is, in 5e, there is no rules for stealth. There is actually none. In the playtest material of D&D Next, which was D&D 1 for 5e, there was some light rules for rogues hiding.
Yeah.
That is a playtest material from 2013.
Yeah.
So... my dad is watching, and he's a 3.5 nerd, so much so that he is like you, Seth, for 3.5. And he just sent me the actual rules line for Monkey Grip. Well, he looked it up and sent it to me because I wasn't going to. But basically, it was you could take a -2 to your attack roll. -2 to your attack roll, but you could use one in each hand.
Yeah.
So if you were using a large longsword, a one-handed weapon for a large creature, it is considered a two-handed weapon for a medium.
Yeah.
That does not have this feat. For a medium creature that has this feat, it is still considered a one-handed weapon. So basically, you could use a weapon one size larger than you with one hand, as compared to usually you would need to use it with two hands.
Yeah.
That's what Monkey Grip was.
To answer the question here, I would recommend not. I think the issue isn't like the aspect of like taking advantage of things. It's just balance. Like what we're talking about, it was never intended for this to be something that players could do.
Yeah,
but it's just
if I'm a rules lawyer, right? And I say if, but like, you know, if I'm the rules lawyer at the table and I'm playing the Rune Knight, I'm, you know, and I know of this, so I'm gonna be like, no, it's rules is written.
Well,
right?
we did a one shot. Seth and I did. This is where I played the Rune Knight, and I had a lot of fun with it. I was a 20th level Rune Knight. I took the enlarge. I had enlarge casted on me through like some item I had. So I was size gargantuan.
Yeah.
I did not use the modify weapon size because of just how broken it would have been. Now that character was already broken.
Yeah, you were already doing like 80 damage for attack.
Yeah. But I recognize that is not how the game was designed to be played. And because of that, I'm not going to go ahead and try to do that. Like this game's been around for too long. There's been too many books that have come out with alternate rules and ways that are trying to help DMs with stuff. Like that whole thing on modified weapon sizes was made for DMs to like know how to homebrew monsters and like how to kind of expect damage dice are going to look like. that kind of stuff is not anticipated for a character to have, but because of the wording,
Yeah.
you technically
Well, it's also
could
because of
argue
the
it.
existence of this is in a universe and not a video game, right?
And
when you
that's
kill a creature in D&D, it drops to the ground and the sword still exists, their armor still exists, right?
yeah,
But in a video game, you could just say, oh, they poof into nothing. You don't get anything from killing them.
yeah. And this is where we talk about raw and ray. Rules as written and rules as intended. Like rules as written, there are so many exploits in this game.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the time you have to look at what's fair for like other people at the table.
Nobody wants to play at a table where the level 17 wizard has infinite versions of themselves.
That's an exploit. That's like a very easy exploit to do.
Right, and it's like, yeah, I would if I played a wizard, I would love to use that ability once. Right?
Yeah,
and
it's
then,
also like at the same time how we were talking about the samurai earlier, how you could just accidentally stumble into some of these things, right? Is another thing. You can accidentally stumble upon these broken things without even intending to, because there have been so many changes to the game at this point with rules and stuff like that. Now, the samurai is a little bit of like a weird case because that feels too natural of a progression.
No, also,
You want to play Legolas.
With something like that, it's at the very least, it's like, that's just damage. Whereas other things in the game that are broken is like, the DM, you are not allowed to do anything anymore, right? Or like, everyone at the table, I'm going to take 106 turns. So, nobody else gets a chance to go. 3 of my simulacrum's going to use time stop. You know, right? And it's like, oh, this is just the wizard playing the wizard game. Right? And there can be fun moments like that, but everyone at the table has to want it to happen, not just the wizard, right? Like the moment of everybody deciding, hey, Barry, you're killing the Dracolich. Right? That is the kind of thing where the party has decided just this one character is interacting in this combat. If the wizard goes about it to say, hey, just me is interacting with every combat from now on. I'm the wizard, right? We have hit critical mass, and it's fireball central. Like, so
Central.
Central. Oh, I see you have a red dragon. Okay, I'm going to cast lightning bolt 60,000 times.
Yeah, and that's, I think 1D&D is necessary.
But 1D&D makes it worse.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I
feel like there needs to be a hard. I feel like there needs to be a hard consolidation of all the. There needs to be a specific book that, like, this is the end all be
this
all.
This is the rules glossary
of 5e rules.
Brian, how the hell are they going to make money if they print one book and no others?
Yeah.
You stupid small
I'm saying one additional book. It's similar to like the Monsters of the Multiverse, right?
Yeah.
There is one additional book they release that is just, this is the end all be all of the rules and how they interact with each other.
But okay,
if you have any rules questions, you go to this book.
Difference of Monsters of the Multiverse is that book was more so made to change other monsters to further adapt into the newer form of stat blocks and the way they kind of wanted the game to progress.
That they wanted the game to be.
Yeah. Yep. What I'll say is, as far as like a book to rewrite all the rules.
I mean, that's what a new Dungeon Master's guide.
I'm not saying rewrite them.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
right. I'm saying consolidate everything and get rid of things that make no sense.
Of someone like me who has spent a lot of time going through forums,
each and every single book,
and reading all of the sage
the
advices,
fine print,
to be like, oh, so that's how this is supposed to work, and reading sage advices and going, nah.
Yeah.
Right? Because like there are some sage advices where I'm like, nah, but I like that rules as written works this way. I like that paladin auras don't stack, or that do stack, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because when are you going to have multiple paladins in a party?
It's when you get the amen.
The only
You
time
know?
I've had it was the one shot we did where
Yeah,
it
where
was what
everyone was explicitly
Four?
a paladin.
It was how many like it was 4 paladins versus like 5 ancient dragons
It was 5 ancient dragons and
and a prismatic ancient
yeah, it was like a prismatic great worm that
Great
we
worm,
found
yeah.
on Dandy.
yeah, it was like a CR30.
Yeah, and it's like
Or-
they stomped that
Yeah.
first combat where it was literally an ancient dragon of every every chromatic color, and it was like but it was also like no one's ever in a real game all going to play paladins.
Yeah.
That'll be boring.
yeah.
Unless you really like political and religious dialogue.
Unless you're specifically playing a campaign to set up a paladin order, or like you guys are a paladin order. But even then, within paladin orders, right? Just thinking about it for a second, they wouldn't all be the same copy paste level 20 sword board paladin.
Yeah.
Right.
And even inside of an order, they'd all be probably different subclasses. And if you're really in like a paladin order, you know dang well there's going to be clerics and other classes in there because
That's why in Mystica, that first campaign, Paladin's Peak has clerics and monks and paladins, you know, like it's
but
yeah.
Yeah, I think there is a fundamental issue with the concept of specific over general, and that because they had made that decision back in 2013 when they were originally writing D&D 5e, right? The people over at WotC. That was a mistake to me. That allows so much bullshittery, right? And like, yeah, D&D exploits are fun. Watching D&D shorts come out with different videos and being like, I've already thought of that, or oh, I didn't think about this, right? Or you know, the classic combos of somebody being like, hey, somebody prismatic wall, somebody reverse gravity, whoa. And it's like, yeah, those are fun, right? But also, you know, the stuff where there is no actual limit on the amount of simulacrums a person can make.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
You don't even.
I think spells break the game more than anything else.
Yeah.
The
is really what it
wording
comes down to.
of things
break
more than anything else.
Yeah, I think
More in particular.
I think a new book, whether it's D&D 1 or just an updated rules book, is needed. And then I also think, just as like because I see people try to bring real world physics into D&D sometimes. I also think that can't be done.
Yeah, it's a game.
Especially
What do you mean?
Have you heard
I can't do my flower bomb?
I was gonna the flower
No.
bomb, the peasant railgun.
Yeah, peasant.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even real world physics. That's using game logic and then applying physics to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, which is kind of dumb because if you're applying physics,
I
then
would
you
say
should
that
apply
part of it,
physics
but
that
not to
you
all of it.
can't.
Yeah, because a person
I would
couldn't
say
move it like that.
I would
They would
say
destroy
when
their
it comes
hands.
to applying physics to the game like that, it needs to be it needs to be not connected to game mechanics whatsoever. It needs to be actual legitimate things that you can do in real life. So, for example, like I said, the flower bomb. That's totally something that can happen.
Yeah, and
The
you
peasant
just-
railgun? That's
Yeah, but
not
I
real.
think- yeah, something like the flower things that can easily be converted into game mechanics, where it's like the flower bomb. Oh, I'll just use an oil flask, right?
Well, I also think you
Or
could have like a thing.
fireball.
I'm thinking of like the passing items infinitely to
Yeah.
ramp up speed. Like that entire whole thing could be put to rest by just having a small rule in there of just like an item can only change person's hands at the start, like once per initiative 20.
Once
Something
per
like
round.
that. Yeah, once per round.
But not even that. You don't even need something to go that strict, right?
Yeah.
But just like an item can only move so far.
Yeah,
Like,
an item can
like-
only
In a
move
turn.
so far in a turn.
Yeah, like
Yep.
like, hey, you know,
Not moved.
how should I word this?
Cast.
Yeah, pass so many
Pass.
times or something like that. Yeah.
An item
Correct.
can only be passed 60 feet.
Yeah.
Correct.
Between-
Because
in a
we don't
round.
want to restrict how much an item can move because we still want to be able to throw it,
Yeah.
right? But we don't want them to peasant railgun a rock and destroy the world.
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
because
so-
I think some of this thing is like, I think some rules need to be written, not because you're expecting them to come up, but it's so like you don't have the rules lawyer bullying the DM into allowing shit to happen.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of stories of like, you know, that whole, not the peasant railgun per se, but like, hey, I can do this. Can we apply this so I can do X amount of damage?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
yeah,
DM
honestly,
feels
that's-
pigeonholed because they
that's-
can't see a reason as to why not. And,
Yeah,
and an
and-
experienced DM is going to say, sure.
And I think the thing that's why the
And-
term rules lawyer has a bad rap.
Mhm.
Because of the nature of the game, of that there are so many exploits and there are so many ways that these rules actively don't work together,
Mhm.
that
Like-
I can kind of find whatever I want to do.
Yeah. Like, Seth, you're a rules lawyer, end of the day.
Yeah.
But we don't use that in a negative connotation. Seth is
Yeah,
just our guy
I'm
we
a
ask
rules
questions
lawyer in that
to.
I like to remind people of things, of like, oh hey, you forgot to use your ability there. You said you activated it. Or oh hey, you grappled them. This fun thing should be happening right now, right?
Yeah, or you could do this. This would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always like positive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
Well,
And
why
it's
I
just
don't
because you're
like,
sharing your knowledge with other people in a positive,
yeah.
enlightening
That's
way.
why I don't like calling you a rules lawyer, Seth,
Mhm.
because rules lawyer has a negative connotation to it for a lot of people within the scene, right? So
Mhm.
whenever I say, yeah, I play with Seth, he's a rules lawyer, I get this look of
Like, oh, you play with a rules lawyer? I'm so
why
sorry
would
for
you,
you.
why would you want to play with a rules lawyer? I'm like, he's not that type of rules and then like I have to explain it.
It's like, no, it's like he just knows all of the rules, and if you ask, he'll tell you, or like, if something
If you
that...
forget something,
Yeah,
he'll
if
let
you
you
forget
know.
a very basic part of your class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and honestly, I'm not infallible. I forget stuff all the time in the middle of a game, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Because
right?
that's the aspect of actually playing D&D, is that you will get caught up in the narrative and just forget about the rules, and that's part of the thing of, like, making this game fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, like for example, Osen fucking knocking himself out of the dragon's grip. I would have never thought to do that
Pushing attacks
whatsoever
on yourself.
Pushing
with
attack
that
yourself.
with that ability. That thought did not cross my mind to attack myself with pushing attack.
Who in the game would ever make the conclusion that valid creatures does include yourself? Right? That you can cast spells on yourself, you can cast melee attacks on yourself, right? And that forced movement ends grapple.
Well, I mean, I've even seen things where like a barbarian will attack themselves to keep their rage up.
Yeah, no, totally, right? Like the
I've
barbarians,
seen
like,
that.
I can't punch. I'm just using my action to punch myself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And what you take 1 plus, say that you've got a
Plus
20
3
strength,
rage damage.
so
yeah,
6
something.
plus 3, so that's 9 damage, you take 4. So you take 4 damage, you keep your rage up.
Yep. And it's like, okay. And you weren't... What were you gonna do? Action dash and lose your rage?
Yeah.
Or maybe you're just, like, standing in a hallway waiting for them to show up again. Waiting for an enemy. And it's like, there's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna, like... I just gotta keep raging.
And that's one of those things where it's like, it's the details like that which aren't breaking the game by any means. They're just fun interactions.
Mhm.
And I think that's the difference between like the rules that we're talking about. And I think that's why we need modification to a lot of the rules that we have. And I think One D&D is a decent step in that right direction because they don't want to completely rewrite the game because I think they realize that the game's good. Like I think there's a lot of good things about 5e.
Mhm.
But there's also a lot of broken things about 5e.
Yes.
And I think that
Yes,
people who are
100%.
mindful of those things, people who are experienced, are either A, going to work around that as to not mess up their game, or 2, they're going to exploit it.
Yeah.
And truth of the matter is, there are going to be people in the community that are always going to do what they can to exploit the rules to their own gain. And there's going to be DMs who are going to say, no, cut the crap.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be DMs who are going to be able to get bullied into that, and that's just the truth. And I think building a system that is more
harder to exploit would be much better for the game health than a bad thing.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the things that One D&D is targeting is the symptoms, not the actual problem of D&D.
Yeah.
And I think the problem comes down to there are some rules that are written for DMs, but are not explicitly stated this is for DMs only.
Yeah.
And those rules can be attributed to player characters. I think there needs to be rules that are player character rules, and then you can also have a set of rules that are specifically towards monsters.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good idea. Separating the rules between DM and player.
Yeah.
Right?
And
so you don't have players using DM rules.
Yeah. And then also just rewriting some spells. Change their wording so they can't be so exploited. And feats too, because I think almost every class is fairly balanced, but a lot of them are broken when combined together. And now I know it's going to be impossible to fully make sure everything's balanced with each other.
I mean, that's just the nature of
really and truthfully, what I think they
levels
could
and
do
multi-classing.
is they could not worry about multi-classes.
Especially when you look at it and
because
I mean,
if you're worrying about multi-classes, you're not worrying about the base class.
Yeah.
You're making changes to a base class to fix a multi-class that not everybody plays.
Especially when from the perspective of with the 1D&D Paladin current change of making it take a spell and a bonus action, like a real spell for your Divine Smite. That hard targets Sorkadins, right? They can't Green Flame Blade and then bonus action Fireball, but that means Paladins really suffer. And especially if they're trying to do a 2-for-1 of we're making Divine Smite not good, but we're also trying to make it so that the rest of the smites are better. And it's
then why don't you just do what you did to the rogue?
Yeah, do what you did to the rogue. Make it so that
keep it as a feature. And make the rest of the smites not spells. Make them
as
additional
part
features.
of Divine Smite, right?
Yeah. Right. Take away damage to do additional effects. Take away three damage dice to do a banishing smite.
Yeah.
Right? Simple stuff like that. That is easy to understand. And also make it, instead of just when you learn Divine Smite, this is what happens. Make it so that Divine Smite levels up.
Yeah.
And it gains the ability to do
beyond just you get bigger spell
so
slots. So
that it makes it more worthwhile for a paladin to actually be a paladin and not just take 2 levels.
Yeah.
And then go
most paladins are using not really using spell slots anyhow. You could potentially rewrite the paladin to not use spell slots if you really wanted to.
Yeah, make it
with this way that they're doing smites.
Keep the smite to once a turn, just like sneak attack, right? If we're saying base it off rogue, right?
Yeah,
make smite once a turn.
Yeah.
And the exact same type thing, make it level up, where when you reach level 20, it's 8d8 or some
make
shit.
It your
I don't know.
proficiency bonus or your charisma mod or something.
You could make smites their own thing and make paladins third casters. That way they still get some spells. And half of the paladin spells are specific to paladins anyhow, like their steeds. So you can just change what level they are, and it's not a big deal because it's not like anyone else is going to be casting those. Maybe a bard.
Another possible fix, right? Searing Smite, these kinds of smites, they're still spells. Their action economy is completely changed. Either if you want them to cost something, make them a reaction. If not, they cost nothing. But it is when you use Divine Smite, you may use Searing Smite. It does a little bit less damage.
I would say make it a bonus action to use the additional smite features, right?
Mhm.
Like on an
Kinda
attack,
how it is
when you
now.
make an attack, you
Yeah.
can choose to make it a divine smite. When you divine smite, you can use your bonus action to activate searing smite, blinding, banishing, so on and so forth.
Because I do think there is a certain level of like there isn't any. There really aren't that many good paladin spells, right? You don't really
Not
take spells for
really.
paladin.
No.
So like if at the very least searing smite and those kinds of things stay the way they are, but you just make divine smite normal, it'll be fine. Like I think that wouldn't make the game so like the paladin so super strong, because like
And
Paladin
also
isn't all that super
inadvertently
strong.
changing
No.
this.
Well,
Hold on. Inadvertently
defensively
changing
wise.
it to be this way nerfs Sorkadins.
Yeah.
Because if you're making it based off of paladin level,
Mhm.
you remove the Sorkadin that's 218,
Mhm.
2 Pally, 18 Sork, doing a 9th level smite. They can't do that. Because it's not, you don't use spell slots for it anymore.
Yeah, especially if
Yeah.
you make it a feature of number.
Especially
of
if you're
times.
basing it, like,
Oh,
let's say
once
we're
per turn.
basing it off the rogue,
Yeah,
right? Like, once per
fair.
turn, you can smite, and you deal that amount of damage, and you can use your bonus action to make it have a special effect.
To expend
and
a spell
you're-
slot, make it a searing smite, make it a whatever.
Yep.
Right. Where it's just honestly, make it once per turn. Make it deal a number of D8 equal to your proficiency bonus of radiant
Or
damage.
make it based off your class level, whatever.
Okay.
Make it not spell related.
Yeah, make it not at all spell related. I say proficiency bonus because D&D has moved in a perspective
Proficiency
where
bonus
they
side.
really like proficiency bonus.
I'm fine with
So
that.
that kind of jives with the current idea. But, like, make it so that it's only once per turn, and it's like, no, this is a once per turn thing, but it doesn't cost anything to be once per turn, right? Because rogues have a once per turn ability, and as much as people are like, oh, sneak attack, like, you cannot get it, it is the design and balance of the rogue is meant so that they're supposed to get sneak attack every single attack. It's supposed to just be once per turn you deal sneak attack. But yeah, like, I feel like something like Paladin could very easily shift Divine Smite in its entirety of a feat. Just like, nah. One note I would like to bring up is the monk in this. Because there is just a fundamental misunderstanding of it. It does not treat the issue of monks aren't good at being monks forever.
Why are they called disciple points?
They just don't want to call it key points, I guess. They want to change it up. Make it not,
I just find it funny. I don't know.
Yeah, disciple,
What
it's
page
long.
is the monk on?
It is on page 25.
Yeah. I don't know. I find that weird because there's. I don't know. That annoys me.
Yeah.
Martial arts discipline.
That's like when they changed what did they call it? They changed like the D20 roll. What was called?
Oh, where it was just like,
first D&D.
Yeah.
I forget what it was called. It was something stupid though. It pissed me off. What specifically are you saying is the issue here?
Oh, actually, one sec. Let me read this because I haven't read this. I haven't fully read through this. Let me read the 7th level feature. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, it's a silly issue. Monks gas out, right? Because they only have, 2, 6, 20 key points. By the time you're like, if you're playing in a campaign where it's a bunch of small battles, you'll be out of key points by the second or third one. If you're playing in a campaign where it's normally a bunch of big battle, like one big battle at long rest, you're going to be empty by the time of the second or third round, right? right? Because if you look at a second level monk, they
I
get
will say
good.
they add something which is interesting. Um,
I'm
they've
seeing
added
something interesting.
Yeah, heightened metabolism.
Yeah.
And they
1
also
minute.
specify that key points come back on a short rest.
Yeah.
Yep.
So for games that take short rests, and specifically with heightened metabolism, of you get to spend 1 minute. Hey, once you reach 7th level, you'll a monk in the scenario of a bunch of small battles, right? How people like going through a dungeon might have a better time, but like most people don't take more than one short rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you still only have 7 key points. So like you use Flurry of Blows twice and Stunning Strike a couple of times and maybe one of your subclass features. You're done for that combat.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll
So-
say maybe what you do is you
It's a
take
good
heightened
idea.
metabolism, you turn to something like Second Wind,
Yeah.
where maybe it increases with your martial arts die, and it's a
The
bonus action,
number.
get that
and you
many
can
key
use
points.
it number of times equal to like half proficiency or proficiency bonus.
Yeah, yeah.
But at least they added a way to get back key points
Something.
very quickly.
Yeah, at least in dungeon delving games, Monk kind of
Yeah.
has something. But if you're in a
My
game,
only gripe against it is instead of it coming back on a long rest, it should come back on a full short rest.
It does.
No.
no,
Oh,
the heightened
the-
metabolism, you have to
oh,
finish
yeah,
a
yeah.
long rest before you can use it again.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be better
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't know.
because
like even in a game where let's say the party takes the short rest
that's
and you're
that's
dungeon delving.
at level 7. Like, let's use the same conditions Seth was talking about. So at level 7, it's 2 fights, and then you're done. You're tapped.
Mhm. If you take if the
That's
party
your
takes a
first
short
fight?
rest,
That's your
Okay.
first fight, and then you take a short rest
Mhm.
or short rest.
take a
You
short
guys say you're going to take a short rest, but you're only there for a minute for you to get back your key point.
you're standing
right.
there as somebody cast detect magic or something.
Yeah. So you get back your 7 key points that you just spent in the last fight. That's only 2 fights, and then you need to take a long rest before you can use it again. I feel like it should
I
just
don't
be
know.
you should finish a short rest.
You know what? It might actually be fair, because I'm thinking about it from the perspective of you take one fight, right? Say in a adventuring day you have 3 encounters. You take
Yep.
your first fight. You're not going to take a short rest yet because you don't need to. You have your
Yep.
second fight. Everyone's tapped out, but you took your refresher, so
But
now
you
you're
got
tapped
to
out. You take
exist
a
in that
short
fight.
rest. Yeah, so you take a short rest with everyone. You heal back up. You get those points back, and
There
next
better
thing
be
you know, you have
immediately a
one
boss
final
battle.
combat.
There better be a boss battle because the second there's more than 4 fights,
Mhm.
right? You don't got anything. You have to be like, please, can we take another short rest?
Yeah.
Right? And it's like everyone else is like barbarians and like and wizards, and maybe wizards can't do short rest. Like barbarians and sorcerers and clerics who are like, I don't really need to.
Because the main issue still remains where monks have to commit more resources in order to do the same thing that everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also,
And-
there's the issue of this is
I-
only good in a dungeon delve.
I like the idea of this. This is going in the right direction. I like heightened metabolism, and it's going in the right direction. But that it only comes back on a long rest is really shooting that feature in the foot.
Yeah.
I really
Right.
feel like it should
If
just be
came back-
once a long rest, roll a martial arts die, get that many key points back. Literally, that's all it would need to be. And then make it number of times, like once a long rest or once proficiency bonus number of times a long rest. Make it a
think-
bonus action.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Similar to
Also,
Second
with-
Wind.
Yeah.
With heightened metabolism, it's not just key points.
You do
It's,
get health.
You get the benefit of a short rest,
That is
an
true.
entire short rest in 1 minute.
I guess there's some multi-classing things.
So
if you really try to block
that's
with
let
this.
that lets monks be
That's-
a lot more aggressive.
Fighter monk.
Except I believe. No, they did screw over action search, and they made.
Did they screw over Action Surge?
Yeah, they screwed over action search, and they made second wind a long rest ability.
Never mind then.
Let's pick and choose what we
Let's use
want out of
5e fighter.
D&D.
Yeah.
Let's go. We'll take that 7th level ability. We'll get rid of this from fighter. We'll put back what it
Like, I guess if you're taking into account multi-class capability and maybe in the fact that you're getting some healing back, sure. But again, if you're in a party, right, and not as I can play to you, but Jacob, your style of DMing focuses around one big combat, a long rest. Right?
Yeah.
If you decide to play a monk under this style of campaign, heightened metabolism does nothing for you.
True.
What it would be is the monk would have to say, hey, this is something I would like to do.
Like, I guess maybe it allows the monk to kind of use some key points during non-battle, which is a thing monks don't really shouldn't really do.
Yeah.
And like, if you're really, really smart about it, be like, I think a battle's about to come. Hey, DM, do I have a minute before this battle starts? Can I heighten metabolism? Right? And it's like, okay, maybe, but also, if you're playing in a more stream type game, or just like a game where you're gonna long rest after you whatchamacallit, why, like, it doesn't fix that issue. And I think doing something to just give monk key points back would do a lot more to fix that issue. Because I don't think monks really worry too much about health, right?
Mm-mm.
They're evasive and flaky. They run around. They got evasion. So it's like,
And most monks are taking the mobile feat.
yeah, and taking mobile to run away. And it's like, yeah, monks aren't really up there in the front lines.
They're skirmishers.
Yeah, they're as worried about their health as like bards and rogues are, right? Where it's like, not really, unless somebody like walks up to me.
They're about as worried about their health as a ranger.
Yeah.
Not a bard, because bard is kind of weird in what it can do.
Yeah,
But ranger rogue, yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah. I think as far as
The subclasses are fun now.
yeah, I think as far as like writing a well put together game, D&D is moving in a better direction, and I think that might be a good place to end off our conversation
I think so too.
on writing character or like writing subclasses and classes and talking about rules in D&D.
in general.
Yeah. If there's any final comments in the chat before we take off, we'd be happy to quickly answer them, or questions. Just as I feel like we're very opinionated people on the rules of D&D.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Especially after having played together and kind of adopted the same rules as everybody else here,
Mhm.
right? But most certainly, if we could do this again, I'd love to get Josh, because Josh for
Mal.
me is he's probably very similar to you guys, right? Because you guys all play together, right? But
Mhm.
I don't know that, so I'd love to like have these similar conversations with him in call as well. And I'd love to get Mal's perspective on these, especially since Mal's a much newer player. I'm not going to say she's a new player anymore.
No,
Because
definitely. She
she
went through
played,
3 years of campaign.
2 years now, but yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I'd love
She
I'd love
joined
to
in-
get their opinion on a lot of this stuff,
That's right.
because I'm pretty sure Mal probably shares a lot of the same things that we do, because they did spend a lot of their time learning a lot about D&D with
Though also,
us.
I feel like, not to say this is a bad thing, but Mal's a much more like not rules oriented.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mal wants to try things and wants
Holy
to
shit,
do
the
things.
emotion she can bring.
Oh, it's good.
It's scary.
It's good.
I was trying to, in our freaking 3-shot, I was trying to keep myself together. Just because of, like, I was doing some, like, you know, heinous things as, like, the storyteller and telling this fairly dark story, and she's, like, reacting in ways where I'm like,
Oh, Oh, I'm sorry.
Jeez. Yeah, I was like, holy crap.
Mhm.
But yeah, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. But I think this is where we'll call it.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone for joining us.
A little bit longer than our normal sessions, but yeah,
This
something
isn't a
little different.
session, so
Yeah.
Yeah, we will definitely, and this is great because it's funny because this is these are the conversations we have fairly regularly.
Yeah, just normally.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of, just all the time. I can't help it.
Yeah.
These are kind of conversations we kind of always have whenever it's just
Honestly,
us
that's
by ourselves.
truly, if there's one reason why you'd want to call me a rules lawyer is because I like talking about the rules of this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am very interested in game design. And not even just like tabletops, but just video game design is also very interesting and how that correlates to tabletop design. But that's a totally different topic.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All right.
I guess goodbye everybody. Have a
Yeah, have a great
See
one.
everybody
Have a good
next week, right?
Yeah, next week.
next
session.
week. Next week will be a session.
Next week is when
At our
everybody will
normals?
be back too.
Yeah, Josh
Yeah.
will be back. Hopefully Mel is back.
Yeah. So next week we'll have everybody here. The whole gang will be here. It's
Yeah,
been a
for
minute.
For session 5.
Mhm.
So yeah, have a great one, everyone. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Peace.
And